for the Lander County Commission meeting, Town Board of Battle Mountain and Austin Board of County and Highway Commissions for October 14th, 2021. So, would you like to, Jerry, would you like to start us in the pledge, please? We'll have a moment of silence. All right, moving forward. Lander County Commissioners may break for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. Any agenda items may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration by the public body, and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. So, Commissioners' reports on meetings, conferences, and seminars attended. Patsy?
No report, thank you.
I attended the hospital board meeting, and it was general meeting stuff. There wasn't, other than a lot of thank you with the crowd, that we had quite a amount of people in the crowd, and there was thanking the staff for the best they could do with the ongoing issues with COVID and the patients, outreach for the patients and the ones that are being taken care of at home. So, moving forward, for staff reports on meeting, conferences, and seminars attended.
I didn't have a report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have any reports? Okay, I'm sorry. All right. So now it's your turn. Sorry.
Good morning. Not much to report on other than we did open the Austin Library. As of Tuesday, it'll be open Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and that's 11 to 5. So we aren't considered a library yet. We're book lending until we form the library board. There's a few more steps that are going to come before this commission, but we're also doing the same thing here at the Battle Mountain Library. Miss Rita is opening it, and we have it advertised as well. We have one interested parties, and that'll be coming back before you guys as well. The other thing is, what do we have? We had 2 individuals step down from the livestock board. Miss Deb stepped down, as well as Monty Price. They both, I asked them, I went to the meeting, asked, I want to make sure there's not something that the county's doing that is causing this. They said, no, we just had a vision of this livestock advisory board having more say and putting events on and doing things as opposed to just advising. We would like to be able to put events on and make things happen. They're talking about what's left on the advisory board of maybe thinking about us abolishing the advisory board entirely and maybe getting a club together of some sort that could kind of run the rodeo grounds to make things happen where they can put events on and be more productive as opposed to just a pass-through board. So that is all I have to report. Everything else I have is on the agenda.
Okay. Did you attend any meetings? Okay.
No meetings.
Okay. So, for public comment for non-agendized items, only persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or attend and make comments on any non-agendized items at the board meeting, if any, and discretion of those comments at the discussion of those comments at the discretion of the board. All public comments may be limited to 3 minutes per person, again at the discretion of the board. Reasonable restrictions may be placed on public comment based upon time, place, and manner, but public comment based upon viewpoints may not be restricted. Do we have any public comment? All right. We're going to move forward on consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are combined, routine, and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action without extensive discussion. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. Consent agenda materials are available at the Lander County Clerk's Office for viewing, and copies are available for a nominal charge. So we have one approval of October 14th, 2020 agenda notice. Number 2, approval of July 22nd, 2021 meeting minutes. Number 3, approval of August 26th, 2021 meeting minutes. Number 4, approval of September 9th, 2021 meeting minutes. Number 5, approval of September 23rd, 2021 meeting minutes. And number 6, approval of payroll change requests.
I'll make a motion to approve number 1, 2, and 6.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so Brian made the motion and Patsy second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Moving on to number 1, commissioners for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the payments of bills. We will be pulling check number 213310 and 213387 to point S at this point. So do we have a motion to?
With that, I'll make a motion to pay the remainder of the bills.
All right, do we have a second? All right, so Brian made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so do we have a motion for check number 213310 and 213387?
I'll make a motion, we approve those 2 checks.
All right. Okay, so Patsy made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I abstained, they're made to my employer.
All right, very good. Moving on to number 2, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove using Lander County buildings to administer the COVID-19 vaccine, and if approved, to establish a procedure for implementation. Okay?
I believe,
Yes, so yes, I would like to, I was the one that asked to bring this back, because at times we have large amounts of people, and I would like to be able to use the Civic Center, and I believe there needs to be implementations of procedures in there, but working through that, I'd like to be able to use the Civic Center and make sure the people that come in to get the vaccines get the information that's needed, but that we're able to use that because it is a facility for Lander County citizens.
What's wrong with the John Peters building?
At time, well, here pretty soon, they're be renting out offices out of there. They're gonna be having
Renting
other
what?
stuff. They're gonna be renting those offices out.
Well, maybe they need to pause that.
Well, and not only that, at times, with the one time, there was 140 people who came through, for vaccination. There's no way they can fit in there like that many. That building's not that big to put all those people in there. So as it being, a county facility, if we can implement some procedures and make sure that the, information is given to people that we put out there, I don't know why we can't use that building for that. As long as, I mean, I think if we give them I think it was in April, the information about the vaccines, it'll make everybody feel more comfortable that they have that. They're willing to still be vaccinated with that information out there, then, that's what I would like to.
And when you say that information, what information
It
are you
was
talking
the,
about? We had a resolution.
yes, the resolution.
Well, so if we get into the fact of the resolution, then it would be as far as, making sure that the public is, brought to speed as far as that it's not an approved vaccine, so we can't call it a vaccine. Possibly the ingredients that are in the vaccine, which they don't publish, right? The fact that vaccine companies are not held liable if something were to happen to that patient, there's a lot of stuff that go with the vaccines that the public needs to know before they get the injection, and if they do, then they need to sign a liability waiver, so the county, we don't become liable, as if by lending our building that we're saying it's okay. That's my concern with this.
Well, and
Mine
I-
too, Brian.
Okay, and I respect that, but I think it was like any medication, anything that anybody takes, like for example, the medication I take for my epilepsy, I get a pamphlet this long that tells you, all the horrific things that you can do, and I choose to take it because I need to take it. And so I think that if they have that, if that information is available, and they choose to do that, then that should be something that we try to work with and allow them the citizens to use it.
But anybody that wants that information can just seek it. They can just go to the hospital and say, give me information about COVID, or All you need to do is look at the news, and KOL will tell you where to go get all the information about COVID that you need.
Well, and I respect that, and I'm not arguing that point, I'm just saying, in order for them to use our facility, if we feel more comfortable by giving them, making sure that they have this information when they get their shot, to try to release us from any liability, which I think that by giving them the information, they're aware of what they're getting, and they choose to get the vaccine. I mean, it's a choice, but it's also a county facility, which means it's Lander County's the citizens' facility as well. And so I hate to see people standing outside getting vaccinated when
They can drive up in their car. I see it all the time on the news.
well, I don't think that, they're having that, how they're doing it that way
They
here.
need to do that.
So
And
that would
plus
have to be-
the rental of the buildings. They don't need money.
And go to the
They're not in
hospital,
dire
go to the John
straits.
Peters building, I mean, you said we had 140 people that came through, was that all at one time? Or did they
I'll have to ask
come in,
Jason.
and then how often did that happen? And then, cause
So-
the last two that I've
We
heard that
have
we've had,
hundreds of people
it was
come through
very
on the
minimal.
flu pod. Hundreds of people in one day on the flu pod. I'm not in favor of this.
The way-
Again, I'm not in favor
Well, and I
of this.
respect that, but Jason,
Let me speak real quick, then I'll give it to Jason. Amy Nelson, for the record. The only thing I would ask as a community member and a member of this county, and for your protection, is that you do have the list of ingredients out front, visible, because not everybody knows to ask. I've asked several times, never at the Bottom Mountain Hospital. I haven't attended that hospital. I've asked for them and have not received them specifically. I would also like to ask that we have the flu vaccine ingredients, because there isn't really a flu anymore, and I'm just curious what's in the flu vaccine as opposed to what's in this experimental. And I agree with Brian, kind of stole my thunder. We need to make sure everybody understands this is still experimental. This has not been approved. This is not a vaccine yet. So I think that's important. A lot of public is not aware of that, and those are facts. That is the truth. So when they walk in, don't make it where they have to ask, or it's on a little label and then they have to
Well, no,
read it.
it's something
Put them out
different.
nice and big. These are the ingredients. I think that's fair, and I think that protects you guys and the people getting the injection.
The way that we have this on and using counting buildings, I just wanted to bring up that when we have this in Austin, we do have to use public buildings. There isn't any other private one we can really use. You don't want to have it at the food truck or at the bar, so it's like, just considering, we use the fire hall, or we use the ambulance barn or something, but we use county buildings, so just so.
thanks. So Jason, did you have something to say?
Thank you for having me. I wasn't really expecting, I didn't know what to expect coming, but I do appreciate you allowing me to speak to this a little bit. The goal of the hospital in all of this vaccination stuff is primarily to give people the opportunity to make that choice of getting vaccinated. Whether they want it or not isn't my concern. My concern is, do they have the opportunity to get it? And so that's what we've always been doing. That's been our push this whole time. Yes, we have used the Civic Center in the past very successfully. We're able to put a lot of people in there and do it very quickly. I do not have a staff that's set aside just for vaccinations. And so I'm pulling from here and from there, from here and there, to try to put together a little team that can go in for a couple of hours and take care of as many vaccinations as needed. We use the Civic Center approximately 16 times over the past year and a half, successfully. Big groups, 80, 90 at a time. And we've been able to do it safely, giving the notifications that CDC and the government has put out for us to provide. We also use a consent form that is adequate for proper consent. Since we were not allowed to utilize the Civic Center, we have had to try other things. Yes, we did outdoor. We have done 2 outdoor drive-up clinic or flu pods, or not flu pods, COVID vaccinations. When the weather was warmer a month ago, it was nice. The employees loved it. The other day, when the weather was really cold, it was difficult. We had cars parked there so that our employees could get out and take care of the vaccinations, then get right back into their cars. It was a little bit more difficult. It takes more time when we can't do it in one big unit, which takes people away from their normal jobs. We did try it in the John Peters building. We have one big room there, the conference room that we do our board meetings. It's not even half the size of this room. And so we can only put so many people in there at a time, and it becomes a mess trying to get people in and out and move it efficiently. This is only an opportunity for us to do bigger groups in a safe environment that is large, and all it is to give people the choice. That's it. We're not forcing anybody. We're not mandating anything. But we want to give the locals the choice to come. We are offering all 3 vaccines. You get to choose. This is a world of choice now, and that's what we're trying to provide. If they don't want it, we're not going to go and hunt them down. If they do want it, please call us, and we just want to provide it. We have EMS there to monitor, to help. We have nursing staff available to monitor and to help. It's just a matter of efficiency. And I've got some numbers. We have given just shy of 2,000 complete vaccinations through the hospital. In August, we did 80 vaccinations. In September, we did 187. That was our first outdoor drive-through. And then just the other day, we did 77. And so there are still needs. There are still people calling on a regular basis to get the vaccine. We just want to be able to do it in a way that is comfortable for them and comfortable for our staff.
Question, Jason?
Yes.
Is it possible if somebody calls in for the vaccine that EMS can go to their house to give them the vaccine?
We haven't done that at this point. It is possible, but we haven't done it at this point. I think probably the main reason is we get vials, and so one vial of Johnson & Johnson, you get five doses out of it. If we only have one person, I mean, it makes it hard to go and do that one person. Once you puncture that vial, you have so many hours. And so, yeah, and so if we can line groups up, then we can do things like that. But
and then another question: is there any money involved? Does the hospital receive money for vaccines that are given? Is there a compensation for that? Are you giving any money for that, the hospital?
The only compensation that we could get is through insurances, and it's for the administration thereof, not for the.
So you're not compensated for giving vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine?
No.
In any way,
No,
shape, or
just for administration.
You didn't receive $3.9 million COVID money?
That was CARES Act money. Yes, we did.
Okay, that's COVID money.
But that's not tied strictly to this
now
vaccination.
You want to have a shot clinic in the Civic Center next to the library, right? Library's in the
Yeah.
same building.
Yeah.
I would think the best thing to do would be contain it in and around the hospital, not in the mainstream where people are going to be coming in and out every day. So I just have no support for this.
Any other questions for me?
I have one, Jason.
Okay.
Is, because I hear rumors of there's an approved vaccine. Is there an approved vaccine anywhere, or is that all just rumor mill? And if there is do we have access to it?
That's a good question. Really good question. I get to hear the news and I get to see it all the same. And I don't know if I have an answer for that at this point. FDA says that the Pfizer or Comirnaty has been approved. I think that's how it's pronounced. That
with a C?
Comirnaty, yeah. They say that it has been approved. I know that there's questions about it and the labeling, and so I can't answer that question as far as the FDA approvals at this
I heard
point.
it's been approved overseas, but not in America.
So,
Hey,
Because I get the same question, and I don't have any sort of
I
answer.
I can point to FDA and CDC statements that they have put out that basically says that they're the same, one and the same, but in the legalities of it, that's where I can't really remark. I don't know what the decisions of the FDA were based on and how the labeling and marketing of it is.
Okay, so I guess that leads me to just one more question. I'm just being nosy now. But, so how does a hospital administer them? Does it matter if it's approved or not? Or I mean, as far as,
Their emergency use authorization.
so the
gives us
hospital
that
administers them
opportunity.
as emergency use, still not based on any sort of approval, just based on emergency use?
Yep.
Okay.
To my knowledge.
No, I just-
And we throw the updated information sheets out from CDC. So before we do the vaccinations, we get on and make sure we've got the up-to-date one. We give it to everybody coming through to make sure that they have all the most recent information. And just in case you were wondering, I even called our liability company to find out if hospital liability follows our our actions and our operations, and it does. So if we go to a civic center, if we go wherever, our liability coverage does cover
So,
those operations.
This is a question, how does it work since the manufacturers of the vaccines, they're held responsible, right? You can't sue them. So if somebody does get it and say they pass away, where does that leave them? Where does it leave the family to, who do they sue? Where's the compensation? Do they sue our county hospital? How does that work?
If you ask me, they can sue anybody they can, but they can't sue the manufacturer under that type of use.
And if I remember correctly, this was in the Patriot Bill too, after 9/11, that you couldn't sue manufacturers of vaccines anymore. You'd have to check that again, but.
For only emergency use.
Right.
For emergency use, you cannot sue the manufacturer.
I mean, when you have an upset family, they're just gonna go right down the chain. They're gonna try to get compensation. So if anybody who's tied to that,
Well, as far as from the district attorney's office, this is up to you, but as long as there's informed consent that is signed by the patient and waiver of liability, that's all, those are my concerns. And as long as those are done, it's up to you.
I mean, we'd have to be within compliance of our own resolution that this board passed, this year.
No, I think so.
Thank you.
So, any other public comment or?
Right now, I think our percentage of the folks that have had the vaccine in Lander County was 40% the last I saw. There's some counties that are lower, some counties that are higher, but it's telling us that we have 60% of the people that are still making up their minds and will choose whether they want to or not. So I think we should at least make it available to them as easy as we possibly can. And like I said, I certainly am in favor of using counting buildings in Austin, and that's not a whole lot different than anywhere else. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that they can administer the COVID-19 vaccination by use, and we can set up a procedure for implementation, but that they're allowed to use Lander County buildings.
Are you going to include informed consent and waiver of liability?
Yeah. Informed consent and waiver with that?
Sure, I also could say that we follow, our resolution, which definitely says that and recommends that.
Okay. So, and I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right.
What happens in Austin now?
So I'm confused. Are you referring to flu or are you referring to the
Both.
COVID-19?
Both.
Okay, because I believe this is just for the for sake of discussion, that this is
It's
for
just
the
COVID,
COVID-19.
but I am referring to COVID too.
I'm not sure exactly, I don't even know who's been administering them down there, maybe Jason has
Our
a better answer
EMS?
for that, or you?
EMS has.
Oh, the EMS has been delivering them, okay, yeah, I do not know, I will get with Kim and see, I thought that only our hospital was administering them.
I mean, if the MS is traveling to Austin, why can't they just travel to the homes of the people that want them?
I'm sorry, the what?
If EMS is already traveling to Austin, why can't they just travel to the homes to administer the people that want them?
No, our EMS is based in Austin,
Oh, okay.
not the Battle Mountain people
Gotcha.
coming down. Our own EMS people that we have in Austin. And it would take some doing to go out to homes. Remember, we're far apart. We're a long ways. We're 30 miles and, out in our ranchers and such. So when we did the COVID-19, they came in.
So I'm assuming that we have to get groups of 5 as is right now gathered to be vaccinated, or minimum, is that?
We try to get groups so that we don't waste too much of time and resource.
So then they're using the county facilities down there in Austin.
We do. We use the fire hall or the ambulance barn, yes.
I've never followed up on any of the,
So now I'm saying we cannot, because we just make a motion, we can't use the Lander County.
Well, we made a motion not to use the civic center, so. but it's
No,
definitely-
that wasn't the motion.
It says county buildings.
We're talking about county buildings, and that was my motion, county buildings. Well, help me, guys, we got,
I'm thinking, it's not that I'm being silent, but I'm not.
Well, if you wanna designate a building in Austin, does it have to be a county building?
well, what do you have? We have private enterprises, and we're not gonna do it.
I believe if we were designating one in Austin, it'd probably be the ambulance barn, because that's where EMS is based out of, if one were to be designated in Austin.
That'd be just like the John Peters building then.
The fire hall is set up with at least a big room. I mean, they have a big workshop room. We don't have that at the ambulance building.
How many people in Austin wanna be vaccinated?
Well, I'm sure I don't know any more than how many are left of the 60% that want to be vaccinated. I mean, we don't know till they show up.
So I think with your motion, Patsy, if you read our resolution, I'm not sure, Jason,
The motion was
are
that,
you guys providing all the VersaFacts of adverse side effects and all that to every?
We're giving out the vaccination fact sheets for each individual vaccination that.
I can't hear you, Jason, I'm sorry.
We give out the vaccination fact sheets that come right off CDC, FDA websites. And we, like I said, we check that just prior to our vaccinations to make sure that it's the most recent information.
But,
that's-
so, with the CDC, but I'm referring to Versa, which is the vaccine adverse events reporting system. You're familiar with it, I'm sure. Is that the one you guys are using, or just,
For our fact sheet,
yes, that you're
the
giving to
information,
people?
we give the CDC, FDA.
Oh, the CDC and
information.
FDA,
Yeah.
so,
We do have information there so that they can work with the VAERS system, and it's done on your cell phone. But that's the information that we give.
the reason I ask that is I'm not sure that what the procedure the hospital's following right now falls into what our resolution falls into. That's the only reason that I ask that.
If this doesn't have the ingredients, you're not reporting the possible side effects, the adverse, events that have happened because of the vaccine. I mean, you would have to have all that.
And so, was where I'm going with this, I think with that said, is that it actually becomes a more informed consent to anybody that were to go to somewhere that had to go by our resolution. If it were allowed, that's just, people get a little bit more information if they followed our resolution, whether they agree with it or not, it still gives them that choice, and,
Well, that would be my concern. I mean, if we were to do it, that they had all the facts, and that we have no liability in it whatsoever. Like, they couldn't possibly come back and say, well, you supported it as a county, now you're in this lawsuit, you're liable. As long as we can guarantee that that wouldn't happen, then I wouldn't see the harm in it, as long as we're following our own resolution.
And so is that something that can be done, that we do, for the waiver, so, when they're going to get it, that they get the waiver, and even a copy of the resolution and a waiver to sign, so then we have absolutely no liability.
Yeah, that's what the implementation part of this agenda item is, and my advice is as long as they're given informed consent following the resolution and a waiver of liability, then that's all I'm concerned with.
Because I'm not about interrupting the choice of a person, I just wanna make sure that person is well informed.
Well,
I mean, as
yeah,
far as
if-
putting big posters on the front of the Civic Center, labeling, these are the ingredients, I mean, just the facts. I mean, as long as people know that and they're making the choice to get that vaccine, then, or the shot, then, I mean, I don't wanna interrupt it.
Well, if you attach those conditions on it, then,
Well,
you know,
I mean,
the
I'm
informed
doing
consent,
that,
for
yeah.
instance, informed consent following, Lander County's resolution, and, a waiver of liability, waiving Lander County's liability.
That was part of the resolution.
Yeah, but it was more, like Jason said, you know, they use the consent is what the CDC says and FDA says, and that's not all the facts.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but when I made my motion, I included that, the waiver of liability and that we follow our resolution, which of course says that they will have all that other
So
information.
then that would be my question, who would be the person overseeing that to make sure that that is legitimately happening within our own county building? Because it's gonna have to fall on somebody's shoulders to make sure that is happening, you know what I'm saying, that people are actually being informed.
Well, somebody would have to come up with a package that, you know, everybody needs to be given this.
Right.
And the package would contain the informed consent, a copy of the resolution, and waiver of liability.
Okay, so the resolution, my motion also included, the procedure for implementation. And that's what you're saying. That's how we would
Yes.
implement
That's,
by doing that. So actually, the motion included all of that for Lander County facilities.
Was there a motion? I don't recall the exact motion.
Yeah, the motion didn't include it first, and then after I said, you know, does that include, then, you may not have understood the motion because we attached conditions to it
Okay,
afterwards.
I'll try it one more time. I'll make a motion that we can use Lander County facilities to administer the COVID-19 vaccination, that we will establish a procedure for implementation, which will include the resolution and all the information in the resolution, and a waiver of liability.
And can we put in there that we would, with the contingency that our county manager approves whatever packet is put together?
Surely, our procedure for implementation
To make sure it's in county
will
line.
be overseen by our county manager to include the information the commissioners want.
Are you good with that, Bert?
I'm good with that. I'll have to work with Jason and they'll have to provide me the packet and then we'll just bring it together to match our resolution.
Don't we, have a doctor that advises the county?
We have health
We
board
do.
people.
Dr. Wilcourt?
And I'm sure Bert will tap into that.
So, yeah, so as long as I think as long as those are met, then we're not interrupting those that do want it, but yet we're not liable and we're doing our job to making sure that the public is informed.
Okay,
And then I would be-
are we responsible for people getting infected? For example, you're gonna have a COVID shot clinic at the Civic Center, and you're gonna have people in and out of that building at the library?
Yeah.
I'm against this. I'm not gonna expose people to COVID, that's
Okay.
not right, maybe criminal.
I'm sure you can get a room that's separated from the library. I mean, the Civic Center has their own partitioned rooms, and it's quite a distance from the library. I don't think it's way more than 6 feet.
Jason, how long do the clinics last as far as hour-wise, and then as far as duration, as far as calendar time?
even with the largest groups, maybe 3 hours. And we were able to do 100 people in 3 hours.
Okay. Ready, Lori?
I was just going to say thank you, Brian, for giving people the choice. We have a facility. Why can't we use it? You're giving everybody a choice on whether they want a vaccine or not. That was just what I wanted to say was I appreciate that you guys are trying to do something for the community. We have a facility. Why can't we use it? And I agree with letting everybody know all the consequences and the ingredients and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
So now,
So Art's concerned with the people going in and out of the library. Why don't we close the library for 3 hours?
The doors, well, you can cut, they're doored off, you can lock them
Yeah,
off.
you can block that off. They gotta go clear around the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's ways to do that, yes.
Yeah. Then they wouldn't be intermingled.
Not a matter of intermingling, isn't it a matter of it being airborne?
The vaccine is, the jab, whatever you call it.
So, are we good with her motion, or does she need to say something different?
No, she
Okay, made her motion.
She added everything that I thought, the informed consent, which consists of a copy of our resolution and a waiver of liability. I mean, that was contained in her motion.
No.
is it?
And the ingredients, right,
And the
it
ingredients.
has all that, then the
And the
ingredients.
approval,
Yes.
the approval by Bert
Yes.
and the county health board
All right, very good,
of
all
the
right.
packet.
Public comment.
Is there any other public comment?
And then with the ambulance barn down in Austin, is it part of the hospital or is it a county building?
County building.
That wouldn't be the best place to have it, though.
And the fire hall is separate from the ambulance barn?
Yes, it
That's where
is.
they've been having it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so, Patsy made the motion, I'll second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nah.
What?
Aye.
Okay, all right, very good, moving forward. So then you'll work with Dr. Wilcolt and the hospital? Okay. All right, very good. All right, moving on to number 3, for discussion and possible action to approve or disapprove a full-time position for the Lander County Library in Battle Mountain.
So this position we put in here, I don't know that we will execute the full-time yet, but I wanted to make sure that we had this in and approved, so if need be, I can come back before you guys and get that position hired, as we keep stepping through these hoops. In order to fulfill the duties that are needed down there, I'm not sure that we can get it done with a part-time, and it may be more effective to do it with a full-time.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve a full-time position for the librarian.
All right, second?
I'll second the motion.
All right, so Jared made the motion, Brian, oh,
Excuse me.
sorry, I'm sorry.
The law deals with technicalities, and technically, it's not a librarian.
Oh.
It's a full-time position for the library, and it's important because we haven't created a library yet.
Okay.
So if your motion could say that it's a full-time position for the library, I think that would be more
Just a
exact.
bit.
I'll
Just
amend
amend.
my motion to add in, full-time position at the library.
In a second, with Brian.
Yeah, I'll
second that. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right,
So just a clarification then on that. Is a librarian then under the NRS the one that has to have the certificate?
Yes,
Got it, okay.
and we don't wanna have to do that.
yeah, until we get all our ducks in a row,
Right.
so, all right, we're moving on to number 4. For discussion, from Barbara K. Skargaski with the Office of the Secretary of State regarding the recent passage of numerous election-related bills and recognizing the importance of informed electronic, I can't say that word, and discuss the formal outreach campaign. So,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you able to hear me all right?
No, I can't.
can't hear you.
You gotta be kidding me. This isn't in person?
Hey,
Sir,
we're gonna
I
do some of those
intended
things
to be there in
kind of
person.
yours.
There was a situation that changed last night preventing that, though, and I do apologize. Are you able to hear me or no?
Barely.
Is it a volume issue, ma'am?
Yes,
Is
it's a
it-
volume issue.
And it breaks up.
Okay. I can speak louder if that helps, and perhaps a bit slower as well.
That help? Okay, all right, if you'd speak louder, and sorry about that, you might be hoarse by the end, but we'll need you to speak up so everyone can hear you up here.
Yes, ma'am. I will do so. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Velashin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections for the record. I'm here today on behalf of Secretary of State Barbara Sagaski in order to discuss the plan for our voter outreach campaign and to ask for your assistance. In close coordination with your county clerk, and in addition to her local voter outreach campaign, I intend to spend significant portions of the next 18 to 24 months providing facts to groups of current or future voters. Among the many lessons learned from the 2020 election cycle, we identified the very clear need to spend more time talking with voters about how our elections are conducted and administered at the state and local level. The specific procedural and technical details, something that had not been previously of interest to many voters, are now being discussed at dinner tables, association meetings, and on social media across the state. Unfortunately, many of those discussions include everything from deliberate falsehood to simple misunderstandings about the federal and state laws to which we maintain strict compliance. That alone has led to significant confusion. But adding to this confusion, the 2021 legislative session created a number of changes to how our elections will be conducted during future election cycles. These changes include different timelines for ballot submission and signature curing, new options for specific classifications of voters, and others that will further complicate voter understanding of an already complex process. While I have an acute understanding of our state's election laws, I do not have as keen an awareness of your constituents, their concerns and questions, or how to best contact them. Therefore, in order to maximize the effectiveness of this voter outreach campaign, I ask that through your county clerk, you direct me towards those advocacy groups, community leaders, and others who could benefit from a discussion about our elections. The conversations can be in person when possible or via Zoom, and there is no limit to how many we can schedule or a deadline by which we must be complete. Of course, I will try to talk to as many people as possible before the 2022 general election on November 8th of next year, but I recognize these conversations will need to continue well into 2023 and 2024. Of note, I will ask to schedule similar meetings such as this with our statewide elected officials, your county school board, and many other boards and advocacy groups across the state. I would also like to schedule an in-person meeting with this board so I'm able to discuss those same items and can answer any questions you may have. Our electoral process is intricate, but our voters deserve to hear from a trusted source about how it works, what Sadie and her team do to comply with federal and state laws, and why I am firm in my belief that our process is secure. With that being said, I'm available for your questions.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Sparks. It's not as a commissioner, but it's more of a taxpayer. I recently listened to the school board meeting in which you gave your presentation, and you had stated something that with the acceptance of the school board that you wanted to work with the high school to basically just to work with the high school, and I thought you had said and like work with the voter registration process I was a little bit unclear in what you said. Could you basically just restate what you said at that school board meeting?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. At the school board meeting, I talked about the increased effort to communicate to new and future voters, including high school students. The Secretary of State issues an award called the Helen J. Stewart Award to high schools who have over 85% of their eligible seniors registered to vote. The intent of my comments the other night to the school board were really to drive home the importance of high school seniors being involved in the electoral process, understanding how to register to vote, and then offering services of the Secretary of State and our staff to assist teachers and their discussions about elections and civic responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
What, excuse me, this is Commissioner Clark. What was the name of the award?
Helen J. Stewart Award, sir.
Helen
I will
J.
provide the,
Helen J. Stewart?
yes.
Thank you. I was just concerned, I was just interested in that because I worked in a school in Vegas named Helen J. Stewart. I was just wondering how it became an award.
Do you have, go ahead.
Sadie Sullivan, Lander County Clerk. To add to that, what I feel that Mark's talking of is when Mr. Knight was a teacher, he would call, invite for my staff. I'm not for sure if a previous clerk or not. We would go over. We were nonpartisan. We informed the kids how the elections ran. One year I did a mock election for them. Along with that, it was a new gentleman at that time. It really pulled the kids together. We did more of hands-on. They got a vote. I told them I'd bring back so they could see as a class which direction they had voted. Those that were turning 18 in the timely manner, we got their voter registrations filled out. We explained to those that were coming to be the age of 18, and so it's just a hands-on. It's to bring knowledge to those kids as a senior class, government class, and to, kind of help them along the way. So then that way they have an understanding and they, have that connection. And then out in the public, when I'd see them, they're like, hey, how you doing? And so there was just that hands-on that they appreciated and got those voter affidavits filled out. And so I feel that's what Mark is talking about, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, but it's basically to, inform our future voters. So
Mr. Eisenbarth did that in high school, at least when the classes that I took.
Part of government?
Yeah, and he did that, that little civics part, about how important it was to register and things like that, so.
Yeah, so did Tim Knight.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think it would be more acceptable in a school environment. What concerns me at the state's wanting to come in and do it. And I appreciate the fact that our county clerk and on a local level, we're trying to educate the kids in the whole electoral process. But it's just, my question is, why is the state coming in? That was my question, so.
Okay.
And sir, to answer the question directly, really, you're absolutely right. Ideally, the county clerks are the ones providing that outreach at the local level because they know their constituents, because they know and are trusted by the individual in the county. But we recognize that the county clerk wear many hats and have numerous responsibilities. And if there's an opportunity for us to augment what Ms. Sullivan is doing, then we're available to do so.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Do you have any more comment on this? Anyone? Any more questions?
Sadie Sullivan, Lander County Clerk. One of the things too that we had talked about with Mark is the things that were passed through the legislature. And one of them was that everybody will be receiving a paper ballot, just like we did in the general. And that's something that we've talked about in previous meeting. I had mentioned that. Can he go ahead and elaborate, because that has to do with this item as far as what was passed on legislature. Mark, could you let him know what bill that was that passed and what that would entail if possible? I think it'd be very informative.
Certainly, yes, Ms. Solomon. So there was a number of elections-related bills, and that's why I would very much like to schedule a time to come in person where we can talk about Assembly Bill 321 and 121 and all these different bills that are going to have an impact on Lander County voters. Again, the intent is not to provide a pro and con, but simply to state and explain what the law now says and requires of the county clerks and of the Secretary of State.
One of the things that was passed during the last legislative session and the Voters' Bill of Rights was, and it was a bipartisan effort, was to go back to paper ballots. Isn't that correct?
Sir, I understand your question, and from a technical point of view, the systems that we have across Nevada do contain paper ballots that are auditable. So from an auditing standpoint, we are able to look at every voter's paper ballot to confirm that it matches the numbers that ultimately were released and finally canvassed by the Supreme Court.
Well,
in that regard, yes.
All I need is a yes or no. Yes, they did, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Ted, is it possible to get a copy of that actual provision to make sure every single commissioner has it? I've seen it, and I read it with my own eyes, but I don't know if every other commissioner has.
Yeah, I can get it, I'm not right this second.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we can get
Because
that.
I think the whole thing needs to be read in entirety to where they can have their own duplication understanding of what that provision
Are you
says
talking about
exactly.
the Voter Bill of Rights?
Voter Bill of Rights, that's right. The one that was just, the one that Art was just referring to, yes.
Yeah.
On that, Sadie Sullivan, for the record, I have the voter bill of rights right here. Do you happen to know what number you're specifically speaking of, or Mark, would you?
It was provision one,
If you would have been at
1B.
the last meeting, it was
Sorry,
in the
sir, I was
backup.
not able to be here. I had some medical obligations. Thank you.
If it's important, you'll be here.
If she had medical, so that's all that needs to be said.
Sadie, I
I
believe,
came the day after a total knee
Well,
replacement there, lady.
And I appreciate that, but go ahead, please.
Sadie, I believe, if I remember right, I thought it was 1B. If you read it, I would know.
I think it is too.
1B.
It's fairly short, I believe, isn't it?
1B states, well, and I don't know if this is.
Just let
correct.
Ted know, yeah, thank you.
Was part A and B too.
Possibly, I'm not correct.
I don't,
We are slightly off topic, but,
no, I don't think this is.
Not
the
necessarily,
new
because this all legislative passed.
oh, okay.
This is the new one.
That's not the new one, yeah.
Passed.
It was just passed this last legislative season.
Correct.
Yeah, the bipartisan.
So I don't think that's caught
No,
up.
that's not it.
You didn't even look at it.
I don't have to, I know what
Okay.
the outline looks like.
Just real quick, I'd
So-
like to read this in for the voter bill of
Okay.
rights.
I
Also,
don't think that's,
If it's not the right one. we'll
right,
leave
no,
it.
this is another section of
it's
voter.
not updated.
I have it printed from 10/11 of 21 at 3:13 PM. So I just printed it on the
Well, that's
11th.
when you printed it, but I don't know if that contains the changes they just made, Sadie, that's all I'm saying.
Okay. On there, on the voter bill of rights of 2546, number 10, also it has to have a uniform statewide standard of counting and recounting of all votes accurately. And so we do have paper ballots in place. We've had paper ballots, we have mail-in precincts. We can talk about it in another item, but there are those paper ballots that have been provided all along. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So does anybody have any more questions on this one? All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move forward to number 5. All right. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the appointment of 2 individuals to serve on the Lander County Convention and Tourism Authority, which has 3-year vacancies. New terms are 2 years from June 30th, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. And to consider all of the following applicants to include A, Richard Ripley, and B, Michelle Lanham. So are we all right doing them together, or do you want to vote on them separately?
Preferably separately.
Okay, so to begin with, for,
I'll make a motion that we approve Richard Ripley to serve on the Lander County Convention and Tourism Authority Board, which would be for a new term from June 30th, 2021 through June 30th, 2023.
all right, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. So Brian made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So Michelle Lanham, so do we have a motion for her?
I'll make a motion that we approve Michelle Lanham to serve on the Lander County Convention and Tourism Authority Board. Her term of service will be June 30th, 2021 through June 30th, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
So Patsy made the motion and Brian second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, very good. Moving forward to number 6. For discussion and possible action to accept a request for acceptance of grant of a public asset, access and utility easement across a portion of section 15, township 31 north, range 45 east, MBD and M. The easement will facilitate the connection of 3 existing county roads. That is A, 30 feet in width roadway and utility easement across the westerly side of section 10, and a 30-foot in width roadway and utility easement across the southerly side of section 10, both connecting to a 60-foot roadway and utility easement across the northerly side of section 16, thus enabling property owners in section 16 and area south of section 16 to access their property from the section 10 easement.
Okay, do we have a, is Kent on the line, Mayor?
We can call him.
I am on the line, can you hear me?
All right, you'll have to speak up because we can't hear you that well.
One second, Kent, we're gonna, we gotta mute everybody else on the line now, now that we've identified which one you are. And I do, while we're waiting, I do have a letter to read into the record from Miss Eslick, who is, I believe, a property owner out there. Lander County Commissioners, after reviewing the packet of letters brought to the commission about the easement at the end of Normal Lane, I wanted to respond. The owner of the properties on 1900 just off Normal Lane have worked very hard following county codes and developing our property. We have together brought in over 20 loads of gravel to build up the roads and limit the dust. The dust does occur, that does occur is from Nevada's desert winds and lack of water, as well as from the dump truck loads of dirt that were used to block the easement. As we develop the properties, build houses, put in yards, pastures, driveways, the dust should decrease. Anything that blocks winds, it slows down the dust and should be less dust. All we would like is an easy access to our property so we can have a home and space just like everyone else in Battle Mountain. Thank you for your consideration in this easement, Sandra Eslick. And I'll get a copy to you.
Margaret, I didn't recognize you last time.
Well, I guess that's good. I don't know. Okay, I'm Margaret Ames. I live at 1916 Norman Lane, and this easement that Sandra is talking about is on our property. And I have a list of residents along our road that don't want any new diggings or anything. Do I give this to you, Bert? And as far as the whole development behind I guess Mr. Maher is representing Sam Mills. When Sam put in the development, he has 3 access easements off of Old 8A. And really for everybody to come in, it would be best to have all the roads out that way and then come in off of Old 8A. And I see there are a few properties evidently that have been sold anyway. They're camping out or living in storage sheds or something along there. And they have their own little roads, so I guess they could have access to them. I don't know. Anyway, we would prefer not to have much development around our houses.
So,
Mr. Maher can explain this, but basically what this is a group of homeowners, or landowners, I should say, that have got together on their land, and they've created an easement. Mr. Maher is putting it through the county as a courtesy. He could record this easement on his own. It is not on the Ames property or any other property that's not contained in the agreement. So it can be recorded regardless of what this commission says. He's just putting it through the commission as a courtesy.
Ted, can I explain to the commission? Can you hear me?
yeah, we can, but it's a little bit hard, so you're gonna have to speak up, please.
Okay, I'm getting some feedback here too. So if you would go to your meeting packets at page 77, I'll explain if you get that going on.
Page 77. We don't have a page 77, Ken.
Well, it's the 77 page in the PDF file pack that was online.
7th. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So what are we looking for exactly, Ken?
Look at that map. It's Exhibit B
Okay.
of the deed.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so do you have that map?
Yes.
Okay, so if you look, those numbers 9, 10, 16, 15, those are section numbers, okay?
Yeah.
So section 10 is Ames property. Section 9 is Ames property. But if you look on section 10 going north-south, and that is those 2 arrows there that says exist 30 easement, that is a dedicated Lander County, the county owns that. And if you look going east and west on section 10, 30 foot, also a dedicated Lander County roadway. Now go to section 16. A 60-foot roadway easement is also a dedicated Lander County easement. What we're requesting here for you to accept is that little, in section 15, that's owned by, yeah, that's not owned by Ames or anyone else. And if you look at the deed, which is in your, they have granted that little 30-foot, 50-foot as an easement. And so what that will do, that will connect 3 existing Lander County roads. All it does. Doesn't do anything more. It doesn't affect Ames or any other property owner. The property owner, Battle Mountain Land Company. And they willingly gave the easement. And so all we're requesting from the county commission is a little 30 by 60 strip, and then your system roads be complete. It'll be connect Lander County.
So it's this little.
Do you have any questions about what done?
So Kent, you're coming in and out pretty pretty strong for us, and I think some of the commissioners are having a hard time hearing you. If I get this wrong, please correct me. But is what they're asking for is the 30 in section 15 on your map, the 30 by 60, that little tiny square in the corner there. They're asking for that little piece to connect all these additional easements so all these roads can go through. I believe that all these easements are already in place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey Bert, where's the point that we're talking about exactly on this map so I can see it in relation to that?
This is the one that.
Yeah, I was looking at that and I see that. I want to see where it's in coordination to the actual houses. So where would it be on that?
It is the, right here.
And so, and they're talking about this little piece right here.
This little piece, well, no, they're actually talking, or your pen, they're actually talking about this little piece right here. That little piece right there.
So it sits like this. So it sits right here,
Oh,
okay.
I see.
And, okay.
And so has this easement already been established?
It says it's the county easement, and are those county roads through there?
So my understanding is this easement is established, it's been granted to the county. And I'd have to defer
That's
back to
correct.
legal.
Well, just to clear up, there was a question there. All three of those roads already belong to the county. They have it county.
Right.
This little piece here is also Battle Mountain land is dedicated that to the county.
So if the easement's already established and it's already recorded, then it's there.
Battle Mountain land is dedicated a certain part of their land to have the easement go all the way through.
But why can't,
And it's Battle Mountain land's land, and they're dedicating it so that the other homeowners can have access to their land.
well, why doesn't Silver Star Land and Cattle come off of Old 8A to service all the properties that are out there? Rather than coming out Hilltop, going to 2200, coming back to Norman Lane, and then into their own property. It would be far easier just to come out Old 8A and get.
But that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether it's irrelevant. I mean,
It's their
that
land.
is
And the easements.
for the persons that on section 16, easiest of access is not the issue. Only it
And
does
unfortunately.
the county want to accept that piece connect their three roadways.
Right.
Well, then Lander County would take care of all the roads out there then?
Roads have to be brought up to a county standard before, but these are easements that are already granted to Lander County, so the easement itself is already ours. You know, oftentimes when developers develop, then they have to bring the road up to the standard for the county to accept, you know, to take over and pave and to do things of that nature, but the easement itself is already the county's. So I don't know that the
correct.
commission can actually say no to this, to be honest with you. I don't, it's a matter of clarification. And we hope that the property owners around us that are opposed to this understand, but once an easement is in place, just because we don't like it, we can't.
Okay, then I have another option. Off of 1600, I don't know if I have a map with 1600, but it's a half a mile down
But
from
that's not part of
1900.
your agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
You're
Oh, okay,
another easement.
so we can have another meeting with that one on the agenda then?
Well, you can, but it doesn't, unfortunately, it doesn't make any difference. You know, I'm sorry, but it doesn't make any difference because the easement's already there.
What?
I'm.
And anybody can use it if they want to.
Yes.
Absolutely.
How long you been here, Margaret? And this is the first time you asked for something.
Well, we've been happy out there. And we've been out on Norman Lane for 33 years, and there's others who've been there longer.
Yeah.
And so,
Because like you said, there's not anything that we can do because it's already been established, unfortunately. And sorry, I mean, that's,
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. All right,
We need a motion.
so, how would that motion go though?
That we're just denying it.
First line in the agenda.
I'll make a motion that we disapprove, let me see here. Make a motion that we disapprove, the request for acceptance of grant of public access and utility easement across a portion of section 15, township 31 north, range 45 east,
Would you put the reason why?
because of existing, easements.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, so.
Is that good, Ted?
Is that all right?
That motion acceptable?
Yeah, you made a motion to approve the acceptance of the request for acceptance, basically.
Well, I think, did you say disapprove or did you say?
I thought you said disapprove.
I did say disapprove.
Yeah.
So it's,
So we're not approving it, correct?
We're not approving it. You said not to approve it.
No, I said that you can't not approve it.
it, yes, you have
So
to
what-
approve
You have
it,
to
because it's
approve
already in
this.
existence.
Or they'll just go record it anyway.
Oh, got you. Okay, so I'll amend my motion to approve.
Yes, please.
Second.
Sorry.
So Brian made the motion, our second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So moving.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right, moving on to number 7. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the proposal from Day Engineering for design, bid assistance, construction administration services for paving of Yellow Brick Road in the amount not to exceed $44,000.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. Don Prince, Public Works. Marty brought this to me. He wanted approval on the paving project here for Yellow Brick Road.
And if approved, when would this begin?
Well, I was hoping to get it done by, was it Thanksgiving?
Middle of November.
Yeah.
How long is the section of road we're paving?
4,500 feet? 4,500.
4,500 feet? And then do we have any bids on the paving of that yet, or we do this
No.
process first?
That's a 30-foot wide road? 36. Excuse me. Martin Ugalde Day Engineering, 26 wide pavement, 4-foot shoulders.
Any questions?
I don't have any.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the proposal from Day Engineering for design, bid assistance, and construction administration services for the paving of Yellow Brick Road in the amount not to exceed $44,000. And I am correct, if it's under 50,000, it doesn't have to go to bid, correct?
Correct, but this is professional services, so we aren't, it's just,
It's
this is
pulling it
solely
off
for
of
the
external.
engineering
Okay,
of the.
All right, so that's my motion.
All right, second.
I'll second it.
So Brian made the motion, JR second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, number 9 for discussion and update on the Lander County cricket abatement. Oh, did I miss 8?
Yes, number 8.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the signing of a letter of the U.S. Department of Interior Secretary Hanlon regarding wild horses and burros. Sorry about that.
So I did get an email from Jerry Annis this morning. The Conservation District does support this and would like to see us move forward with sending a letter to the Department of the Interior requesting some horse gathers and some look.
Yeah,
So,
Pool Lock will support this too.
do we want to sign on to this letter per the request, or do we want to do our own letter? I don't understand what you just said.
I believe that we want to sign on to this letter, but if you guys would like us to do our own, we can as well. Whatever you guys wish. They're asking us to sign on as well and be a supporting party, but I think that if we wrote our own letter to support that as well and sign on, it wouldn't hurt.
I think there's a few other things that we might highlight a little bit more. I think they covered a lot of it, but I know like over $25 million has been spent just on the sage-grouse habitat since 1996. And there's a few things we probably could highlight a little bit more if you want to do a separate letter too. It would have to be another agenda item, would it, or can we do it with this one? Because this one just says to approve the signing of this letter.
That'd probably be something separate.
No, it says of a letter.
Signing of the letter, yeah.
It says the signing of the letter to U.S. Department. It doesn't say of this letter.
So
right?
I could make a separate item and come back before you guys and actually have the letter in the backup for approval,
Well, I'm
if
saying,
you would like.
I don't know if we have to. Right, the way it's written,
Well, it
Counselor?
says, yeah, it's not specific to this letter is what you're saying.
Right,
It's
signing
specific
of
to
the
the
letter.
letter.
so we could do both.
We could. You could, what you could do is create the parameters of the letter that you want to send to the department. So you could either.
Okay, but the motion can say we can sign on to this letter and also do our own letter.
Yes, which is creating the parameters of the letters that are going.
I think it might be in our best interest to just sign on to this one. I bring back another letter as
Yes.
written,
So
and
it's
you
not
guys,
confusing,
yes, and then you guys would reapprove your own independent letter,
Yes.
as written at that point.
Or another option is to not approve this letter and instruct us to come up with a letter that contains.
And we certainly could. I personally don't see any reason why we wouldn't sign on. There's nothing on here
No, exactly.
that we don't support, so okay. I'll make the motion
Wait,
that
wait,
we
we're having
approve
public
this.
Sadie Sullivan, for the record, if you do approve for this letter, if we could just get with Bert and get a clean copy, we have, it's hole punched. So that's the only request that we have, is to be able to get a clean copy. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve the signing of this letter to the U.S. Department of Interior Secretary Helen regarding the wild horse and burros that has come from the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, Wildlife, and Free Roaming Horses.
I'll second the motion.
So Patsy made the motion, Brian second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right, going to number 9 for discussion and update on Lander County cricket abatement.
There's the right button. For the record, my name is Jeff Knight. I am the state entomologist with the Nevada Department of Agriculture and oversee the Mormon cricket, the state side of the Mormon cricket and grasshopper program. First, I want to start off by saying today what I'll try and cover is some possible misconceptions or misinformation that was sent out earlier and update you on that. But we do have yearly public meetings across the northern part of the state. Now, last year it was virtual. This coming year, it'll probably be a combination of in-person and virtual meetings. And in those meetings, we cover the insects, the biology of the insects, the control methods, and the entire program and the areas that we expect to have problems in. So today I'd just like to give a quick history on what's going on. NDA, there is actually no state general fund money in this program other than part of my salary that goes to it. The money was allocated to us in 2003, Nevada, Utah, and Idaho split $20 million. That was no year money. We have worked off that money until this year. We have about 1 year left of that money. In big years, it took $1.5 million for the program. In normal years, it's anywhere from $70,000 to $100,000 that we spend from the state side of the program. We will, there's some issues. We normally, like everybody else, we've been having issues hiring people and making it through the state system. We normally like to have our seasonals on, and we start the program about mid-March to mid-April. That's been delayed a little bit this last year. So once this money's gone that the state has, we will revert back to pre-2003, which this program is actually a Plant Protection and Quarantine, or PPQ, USDA program. And they're the ones that oversee it. We do everything under their guidelines. And so if there's no replacement monies found for the state, the NDA, the Department of Agriculture's involvement, will probably be somewhat limited. We'll assist PPQ in aerial applications, most likely. That's where they often need extra bodies to watch the plane and things like that. And in informal surveys and forwarding information from them if we get reports and things like that. We do have some ideas that we're pursuing to try and get more money, but most of those are through federal programs, and we'll start applying for those basically next year, okay, or sometime in 2022. From the PPQ side of things, how it works for them, they basically sit down with us. Curtis Irwin, who is here with me, that's worked on the program with me for some 15 years or more, we produce maps and we consolidate our data. We sit down with PPQ, go over that data, and then project our treatment programs, both ground treatment and spray programs. We lay out our blocks to be sprayed and all that. They then, Alana Wild is our plant health director, our state plant health director for PPQ. She then has to go to the national program leader in PPQ for the grasshopper program and request the amount of money to cover the costs of the program, okay, on their side of the program. She has already requested additional seasonal help to cover survey work and has basically been told not at this time. They are also under some, as you might guess, severe budget restrictions. Once we do this, the spray blocks are prioritized, and basically we decide what best fits our program or what is covered by our program. Our program essentially is crop protection, rangeland, and public safety. Thrown in there is this urban protection thing, this urban interface thing. However, PPQ's program, their part of the program, really doesn't cover that normally. So once those spray programs are prioritized, we go forward on that. One of the things that often is questioned, we have to be pretty careful anymore within the EAs and within the pesticide use proposals. Basically, we can only treat once. A piece of ground can be only treated once for crickets. It doesn't matter what it's treated with, it can only be treated once. So if we spray it with our Dimlin, with our growth regulator, we can't go back in and bait. If we bait once, we can't go back in there and bait again. And our protocols are basically, if we go out there and we see dead crickets, then we don't bait, because that means somebody else has already been there. It's a matter of violating that label. I mentioned the EAs. The EAs have been a hiccup in the past couple years. Basically, EAs are submitted. If you're all familiar with environmental assessments, they get submitted, they go out for review, for public comment. Then there's a comment period where people can turn in questions. In 2019, two groups, conservation groups, turned in over 30 questions each into the EA. That delayed the approval of the EAs until the point we could no longer aerially treat, simply because our chemical that we use for that is dependent on the crickets being immature. Once crickets are mature or very close to mature, the chemical isn't as effective. In 21, we sort of got ahead of it, and we actually at least got some areas treated around Winnemucca with the Dimmelin, and but what we are aiming at is this year when the EAs go in, there'll be multiple year EAs, and so we won't have this problem in the future. The other thing that comes up all the time is cost share. On private rangeland, if it's in the program, it's a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 cost share, federal, private, and state. That state part is totally dependent on us having money. If, again, that money goes away, we won't have any state contribution, and it'll be a 1/3, 2/3 type of cost share. There are, I don't know if, there are county options. Humboldt County, last year, they got agreements with the BLM, and they actually contracted with a pest control company to treat some of their areas that were being infested with crickets. That's one option. I've proposed or purported that I think our counties ought to go to a similar situation as they have in Wyoming, where they have what we call weed and pest districts. The counties take in tax revenue into a kitty, if you will, a pot, and there may be a lot of years you don't have to use it, and there may be years you'll have to use it. But then the county themselves can take care of a lot of the issues on private. And Humboldt County got an agreement with BLM, and they were treating BLM land. So to spray BLM land, it's a little more to do the big blocks. You've got to go through the EA process, and we have a national EIS on crickets, so it's a little and MOUs with BLM and Forest Service to treat their property. So biggest thing I can ask for is sharing of data. We get lots and lots of reports from private citizens. That helps a lot. But if we can get the more information we get to get out and document where the crickets are and treat if needed, that helps the program. And I'll take any questions.
No, I can see where this potentially could become a big issue for one of our industries within our own county, is if federal government's not funding it anymore, all the hay farmers and stuff that we have around here. So it's definitely something we're gonna have to work on or collaborate with others to try to mitigate the Mormon crickets, right?
So do we pay for any of that now of our own, or is that all, because I thought we set so much aside for abatement, is that something we're paying for, or is that, how is that working?
Yes, we've been buying a good majority of our own cricket bait, and I believe that's what was referred to as when they show up and see dead crickets that they don't treat.
Which it could, but now that load could become larger because of the funding that's been cut. That's what we're looking at.
Well, and baiting alongside the roads and keeping them off the roads is great. It's a stopgap measure. That's the way we look at it in our program. The real way to treat crickets when you have them is to block out an area and treat that entire area sometime shortly after they've hatched, hopefully, or midway through their life cycle. Ground baiting it's expensive and it takes a lot of manpower. But it does slow them down a little bit, so.
No questions.
Any questions?
Public comment?
All right,
Public comment?
Thank you.
all right, I've got a business card, I don't know if
I'll
anybody
take
needs one.
Thank you.
So we'll see you at the meetings in the spring?
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully it won't be over Zoom. I'll maybe get to make a trip around the state.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, moving on to number 10. For discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove Lander County's contribution with a minimum of $3,500 for the Desert Research Institute to conduct cloud seeding operations in the Humboldt River Basin.
Is Jeff Fontaine on?
Jeff, are you on?
He was on earlier. Wasn't he on earlier? I saw him there.
Were you at, J.O., were you at this meeting when they were requesting these funds?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey Jeff, if you are on, will you unmute yourself? If not, maybe we can table this until the next meeting. The reason
We think he's on.
he's gonna have to unmute himself.
There we go.
Oh, okay, Jeff, can you hear us? You have to unmute it.
No, he's
No.
not
Can't
hear us
hear
through this.
anybody.
Looks like he's trying to.
He's trying to. It shows he's unmuted.
Can you ask again, see if he,
I'm shooting him a text right now.
okay.
It shows he's unmuted.
Not yet. He's, he said he's on the computer trying to.
Hey Jeff, will you make sure that your audio's on? Would you let him know make sure his audio's on his computer?
You wanna take a few minute break while we figure this out?
We could, if the commission doesn't mind, maybe we could take a few minute break
Okay,
and go into
let's go.
litigation.
Okay.
Really briefly, so we can get an update from our attorneys on everything else that's going on, and come back up.
Yeah.
Litigation meeting right
Okay.
now. What's that?
Lights aren't on, there we go.
This conference will now be recorded.
Jeff, are you there?
Unmuted.
Hello, Jeff Fontaine, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. All right, we're gonna,
Okay, let me.
all right, so for, number 10, we're gonna, for discussion of possible action to approve, disapprove the Lander County's contribution with a minimum of $3,500 for the Desert Research Institute to conduct cloud seeding operations in the Humboldt River Basin. Okay. So,
Good morning, everyone.
okay, you gotta speak up a little bit.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Okay, so you don't wanna,
Thanks.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity to participate in your meeting.
All right, I think there's
just
some
turned off-
questions, probably right off the bat about this. Do we wanna start off there so he can,
Well, first, I mean, before we spend money, I would like to see us probably just table this because I'd like to have some other options brought back to us rather than just cutting a check, proving to cut a check for $3,500 when we haven't even seen what else is out there in forms of cloud seeding. That's
Good.
right.
okay, Is there anything out, any other option in cloud seeding other than with the, Desert Research Institute?
There may be, but to be honest with you, at this late date, I'm not sure that that's something that can be evaluated and get into a contract with at this late point. The cloud seeding season actually starts November 1st.
And the last time that you cloud seeded was 2019, right?
Yeah, so just by way of background, there's been cloud seeding in the Humboldt Basin, particularly in the Rubies, since the 1960s. And the Desert Research Institute has been doing this since the 1980s. The last time the Desert Research Institute did any cloud seeding was 2018, 2019. And before that, it was 2012. And just to let you all know, we have quite a bit of contributions already for this, and this is a matching program. So basically, what we're trying to do here is our goal is to raise $60,000 because it's being matched dollar for dollar by the Pennington Foundation out of Reno.
What was the name of that foundation?
It's called the Pennington Foundation, William N. Pennington Foundation. And so, for a program that costs $120,000 for this year, it's costing those who are contributing, the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority, the member counties, and the mines have stepped up in a big way, $60,000 for a $120,000 program to be conducted by the Desert Research Institute.
How many counties are participating?
The 4 member counties so far, the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority, so that's Pershing, Eureka, Elko, and Humboldt. We also have contributions from at least 3 of the mines in the Humboldt region as well.
And one of the other questions I think I'd asked you once before was, is there a downfall to the cloud seeding?
You know, I'm not aware of any. Some people are concerned that what's used to actually produce the snow, the precipitation is silver iodine crystals. That amount that's actually used is minuscule. It's a very, very small amount. And I don't think that's really an issue. And there are those folks who believe that maybe by cloud seeding, we're taking water from somewhere else. I don't know that that's necessarily an issue either, but those are the 2 things that I've heard. But again, cloud seeding, it is effective, and the Research Institute has been doing this for a long time. And so the other part about trying to find someone else to do cloud seeding is the Desert Research Institute already has their units, many of their units already in place, both in the Santa Rosas and in the Ruby Mountains. So that's a cost that's already been covered.
So Jeff, this is Pat, and I just had a question on the actual 60,000 that you're trying to reach, because if I look at everything, it looks like you're still short unless you've got some more private money coming in, like from some other mines. So if we give 3,500, are you still going to be able to make the full 60,000?
Well, Commissioner Waits, I appreciate that question because as of this morning, we have pretty much already met our goal. And what I would tell you at this point is if the county would like to participate. We'd welcome your participation along with the 4 other member counties of the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. We would actually exceed our goal by a few $1,000s. And what I've talked to DRI about this morning is that if they can't use the additional money, and we're probably looking at between $3,000 and $7,000, maybe over our goal. We're still waiting for the final tally. They could utilize that money to do a couple things. One is they could use that money to do analysis on the effectiveness of this year's cloud seeding, actually go up and analyze snow samples to determine exactly how much additional runoff has been produced as a result of the cloud seeding, and or they can start looking at locations, additional locations for cloud seeding operations in the Humboldt region, and I think probably one of the prime areas would be locations for the North Fork of the Humboldt River.
Just for clarification, I believe the commission approved to pay the $3,500 at the last meeting. This was for,
Right.
This was for, to find out how short you would be, or if you were short, and what we may get in return out of this. Are there gonna be any cloud seeding operations produced close to or in Lander County?
I'm not aware of any cloud seeding operations in Lander County. What I can tell you though is this, when it comes to cloud seeding and the additional precipitation and runoff, we're looking at this from a basin-wide perspective, and the reason is that the Humboldt region is over-appropriated. Virtually every basin in the Humboldt region is over-appropriated. We have conflicts, as I'm sure you're aware, between those who utilize the groundwater and those who have decreed rights for surface water further down the stream. And the approach that we have taken with all the counties, and the mines for that matter, is that while I can't tell you that there's going to be direct benefit in terms of additional water in Lander County, what I can tell you is that the whole system benefits, and by virtue of that, we reduce conflicts in the basin, which if we don't do that, we're going to have some pretty serious consequences and potential actions by the state engineer on how that's going to be managed.
Okay, I think that for the topic of this agenda item, I do believe that you answered the question that you do have the full funding, so the county doesn't have to fund any additional than the $3,500 that was requested at the previous meeting, correct?
As of today, it looks like we have met our goal of $60,000. That's correct.
So,
Okay.
so this is already approved, so they
This
don't
is-
need any more money.
Correct.
Okay, so,
You know, I would like to see us do it again, because I remember our conversation about, Commissioner Sparks wanted to know more about the cloud seeding, and then we talked about the minimum, so I'm not sure we made the motion. I just would really like to do it again to
Oh
be
yeah, no,
sure.
we can double down on it. Wouldn't hurt a
Yeah,
thing.
absolutely, just in case, okay.
You bet.
I will go ahead, yeah.
To not exceed,
no, yeah, to not exceed.
as long as the verbiage to not exceed is in there. So if we did it last time, I don't wanna give $7,000. So if you gave it.
Right, okay. I gotcha. Okay, so I will make a motion that Lander County does contribute our share of the $3,500 for the Desert Research Institution to conduct its cloud seeding in the Humboldt River Basin, and that it would be a total from our county.
I'll second that motion.
All right.
And what budget did this come out of?
Special projects.
Special projects, thank you.
Okay, so Patsy made the motion, Brian second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're good to
Thank
go.
you, Jeff.
All right, Jeff, you're good to go.
Thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
your contribution.
Very good. All right. So, number 11, update from Summit Engineering on the progress made on the current project pursuant to the agreement between Lander County and Summit Engineering with the effective date of April 14th, 2013 for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the continuation or termination and/or modification of the existing contract between Summit Engineering and Lander County on the Austin Boundary Realignment Project. All right.
Thank you. Oops.
For the record, my name is Larry Groovy. I'm the chief photogrammetrist for Summit Engineering, and I'm the professional land surveyor that's been working on the boundary resolution for Austin, Nevada. To my left is Nate Costin. He's an engineering intern for Summit Engineering, and he has been doing, basically producing the subdivision maps for straightening out all the properties. I sent this letter out in an email to everybody about a month ago. And at that time, we were in the process of revising our rate schedule. So finally I got that and was able to put the numbers together. Where we've basically come to now, we have a pretty good idea of what remains to be done. We think we have uncovered all of the kind of landmines that might be in this, although there are a few outstanding issues. The biggest problem we had most recently, back around the beginning of the year, Nate received a hard copy from the assessor's office showing the assessors what the assessor believed the ownership was in the disincorporated town. We had previously sent an email to the BLM basically telling them that Lander County believed they owned the southeast. Oops. Sorry about that. That Lander County believed they owned the southeast, or that Bob Hughes owned the southeast, a majority of the southeast portion of the town. We found out, we were later notified in February by the BLM that they were like, no, there's still considerable federal ownership. So on this map on the screen here, where you see the heavy dashed line down here, everything to the southeast, this kind of grayed outline, that ended up being mineral surveys. Those mineral surveys are incredibly complex for reestablishing. Based on surveys we did last January and in May, which Nate was part of the field crews that searched for the mineral corners, we needed to figure out exactly where those, where that boundary was, and then basically going with the mineral survey map, which you can see, this is basically, you're looking at one of the mineral survey maps for the southeast portion of the town. These things are incredibly complex to put back together. However, at the beginning of this week, I did finally resolve the boundaries. So we do have subdivision map B, which we have not submitted yet. We should be able to submit within the next week or so. So, but we had, as we said, we submitted A through K, with the exception of B, to the planning department. The original agreement was, once we got those maps into Kyla, who has left the department, that she would take care of chasing down the owners and getting the signatures for the owner's affidavit. So I know that we currently do not have a new planner for Lander County. So I'm not sure exactly how we're going to proceed there. Now, we've submitted these maps to High Desert, Bob Morley, who is the county surveyor. He contacted me last week that they were having some issues tech checking these maps. I called his office yesterday and talked to Bruce Whalen, who's trying to do the checks. And so the first thing we're going to need to concentrate on these on these maps A through L is to get high desert up to speed on the tech checks. So I don't know at this point whether it's something we did wrong in the maps, or if they're just having difficulty interpreting our maps. But essentially where we're at is we're at a point where we can quantify what's still left to be done. And basically for finishing off maps A through L, we believe it should be a total cost of about $24,360. For each map M through S, which there'd be 7, we're looking at about roughly around $13,000 per map. Now I did, since I originally sent out this letter, I did add 2 long days of field ties. Commissioner Waits had asked me at a previous meeting, are you done with the surveying? Well, yes, we believe we were done with the surveying, but when the mineral survey issue came up, we had to go back out and find corners. So I decided when I revised this estimate last night to put in 2 days of surveying per map for possible field ties. If we don't have to do it, we won't charge the county for it. But I don't want to have any surprises on the remaining maps in case somebody comes forward and says we don't like where you've placed the lines. Basically, the mapping we did for the assessor's office is what I'm using to determine where the lines go. I have the stereographic imagery from 2009 that we did for the FEMA study. It's geo-referenced to within 1/10 of a foot, so I can pretty well, in other words, I can determine very well where fences are, which are the lines of occupation. So that's kind of where we're at. Now there's still 3 major stumbling blocks that have not been fully resolved. We have the Mistretti parcels, and we had some discussion about that 3 meetings ago as to who should be responsible for trying to get Craig Mistretti to move forward on getting his mother's probate going. And when Steve Molleth was our counsel for this project, we were advised not to put any excess coercion on Craig to get his probate open. I have about once a month, I call the circuit court, I did it yesterday, to find out, is the probate open? It is still not open. I called Craig about 6 weeks ago and said, Craig, please help me out here. Please get this open. So I don't have an answer there. And so what we have decided to do is we're going to move forward and show the parceling where Mistretti parcels are involved. We're going to show it as we believe it needs to be done. I mean, if it comes down to where we have to go through a process of making some of these subdivision maps court ordered again, that might be a possible route, because we have a situation where we also, when I've tried to contact people, I've gotten to a point where, hey, I'm just not getting any response from them. A really good case was Phil Marshall, who owns a lot of the business property in town. And we started to interact with him because he would like to get some of the Austin Resources property. And then he's just gone stone cold, no response to us. And we've basically tried to do things to help move him forward in terms of some future development in the town, but now we're not hearing anything from him. So the second issue we've got is up around in the area of map S, there's a slash, there's a lot, a government lot. It's less than 4 feet wide, but it passes through a lot of those parcels. Back in February, and then we also have right behind the, pool in the elementary, I believe there's a pool there, behind the elementary school, there's a mineral survey that is right on the road there that covers, I think it's about half an acre or so, but it's basically a problem. In February, I emailed the realty person for the BLM and said, we would like to have these two parcels conveyed to Lander County, or it would be patented to Lander County for distribution by the Lander County Commission and the DA's office. The response I got was, well, we can't look at, we won't be able to look at this until fall. So I contacted them this week. Turns out the lady I was dealing with originally, she is now gone. And at the Battle Mountain office, the hydrologist is filling in for her. So, and I forget if did I CC you on that, Bert? Okay, at any rate, I'll forward the email to you that I sent to the hydrologist, basically saying, hey, in February, we asked you for these parcels, you know, and you said in fall that you'd be able to start moving forward. So the third issue, big issue, is the controversy around the old school. There was the Austin Historical Society granted property to Pastor Charlie Vaughn of the Baptist Church, and then did a scrivener's correction, took back a bunch of it, which we were told by Steve Molliff that, nope, you can't just do a scrivener's correction to take property back without making the person aware. So Pastor Charlie Vaughn and the person that got conveyed the stuff that was given originally to Charlie and then taken back and given to the other party. The other party is Mike Rakovich. So that's, I mean, we know where we think the property line should be, but unfortunately you've got a legal issue of, I mean, they've already been in litigation over the property issues there. So, but we're surveyors, we're not attorneys.
So when we have those issues, when people aren't responding, what can be done? Like, for example, for the probate, for
Studies?
I mean, can you even do about that?
I'm not sure we can do anything.
I mean.
That's been our problem.
I mean, what I've done is, without, you know, because I don't want to coerce him, Craig's a nice guy, but, you know, it's just not getting done. And so I've asked.
He keeps on telling him that he's gonna do it. That's the problem. He keeps on saying he's gonna do it, right, Larry?
Craig keeps saying, yes, he's gonna get it done. It doesn't get done.
And he has to file. It's not a lot of work, but I can't do it on his behalf.
Well, no, and I understand that, but how do we move forward when these people aren't?
I'll have to check into that. I'd have to research that.
Well,
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure how I could do it.
Our point has been, we understand that, and there apparently isn't anything we can do. But if that's the only thing that we had, then we should have all the rest finished.
Yes,
That's all.
everything
And
else.
that's where we've been coming from, because you did the same thing with Austin Resources. It held up everything, and why we couldn't continue with the ones without them, you know, we were so frustrated with the time frame, that we're saying, we understand. You can't do what you can't do, but finish up everything you can.
And that's where we're at now. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I just don't want to be over optimistic on the time frame. Now, it's like I say, we've got 7 more maps to do. We're pretty sure we know what all the parceling needs to be. So we should be able, as I've said in the proposal, that I think we can crank those out about 1 every 30 days.
So, do we have milers now?
No, you do not, because we
Okay.
we have not received the tech check back, and that's the first thing we've gotta turn our attention to when we go back, is figuring out between us and High Desert what the problems they're having in reviewing our maps.
But they just got them to review?
I'm sorry?
The time frame they just got them to review?
No, we sent these to them a few months ago when we.
Okay, but I mean, we're still in this last time frame because we've been going on for years. We're glad to know this is where we are. And we understand you can't do what you can't do, but what kind of an estimate for the things you can do are we talking about?
Okay, we have seven maps.
Hundred and
and we-
80 days, is that what you're saying?
It'd be 210 days, basically.
210?
I think it's realistic, but you have to remember and I've qualified this, that we have, that once a map is submitted and High Desert makes the review, we will resubmit the corrected map within five business days. That's for M through S. Obviously, if they suddenly dump A through K back on us, we're gonna need probably 2 to 3 days average per map to get whatever corrections they want made. Then we would be able to issue the Mylars. But we also have this situation that we've got, that planning was originally gonna take care of getting the owner affidavits chased down, along with contacting the owners regarding the final maps. When we had the town meeting several years back, most of the input I'm working with, I made up a whole bunch of displays. We handed them out to all the owners, and then they basically drew on them where they thought their property line should be. So that's what I've been working off of for these maps. But there are places where I didn't get any owner input, so I basically look at where the fences are, and that's, between houses, and that's where I put the property line. That part's pretty easy.
So aside from the Shreddy, Phil Marshall, and the BLM, everything else should be completed in 210 days?
The maps we'll have first drafts, we'll have the drafts into planning, one every 30 days.
So for the contract side of this, I don't have a not to exceed amount, which I think we should probably establish. There's also a section here that says reimbursement phase, which is they have a fee schedule that can just be billed as without. So I just need a not to exceed amount without any additional fees that can be continually compiled on. And then there's a bunch of work here that is put on the DA's office, which would be Ted's responsibility to say whether they're going to do that or not, and how much we want to involve ourselves in that. So I just need clarification on the contract moving forward.
So what's gonna be the
So are we
total
looking at these as our final
amounts?
amounts, is that correct?
The
Well-
24.3 and then 12.9, are those our
Per-
final amounts?
That's per map. And basically, once we get through the 24,360, I mean, if you are unhappy with what I'm doing, I mean, you could make requests for bids on the other maps. I mean,
Well,
it's,
we've paid so much money and
Yeah,
gone so
no, I
long
know,
into
I
this,
know.
that's kinda,
the biggest thing I wanna do is protect the value of what you've invested in this project. But I mean, this thing has been a real can of worms. I mean, what we're doing is it's not like you just go out and you have an empty land and then you do a subdivision map. You come up with grading plans and things like that. We're literally reverse engineering the town of Austin. Now, I'm not an engineer. I am a surveyor, but my degree is in engineering. So what I bring to the table is the fact that I understand, road grades, things like that, so that I'm trying to give the town the best property line scenario for moving into the future. And back at the beginning, there was some not accusations, but some people said, you know, this guy doesn't understand anything about small towns. Well, my grandmother was from Aspen, and Aspen went through Colorado, and they went through the same daggone thing. So, I'm trying to make sure that what we give Austin is a property, or property lines that help them move into the future, with prosperity, so.
How much have we spent on this project so far? Have we done a cost analysis, like where we're up to present from back when we started?
No, I don't have that offhand.
Okay.
I've done that in the past, but I don't have that
okay.
offhand. I think something else that's important for the community of Austin is we need to quit moving the goalpost. This goalpost's been moving since 2011, I believe, or 13, something like that. Maybe we set a drop dead date, or we just move forward and figure out another avenue. There's been times, and I don't mean this in a rude way, but there's been times where, you know, you guys have been pulled off for other obligations, and I think that we need the community of Austin to be put first in this matter.
Nice to see you, Tom. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing a little better right now than I was a couple weeks ago, but that's, how you doing?
Okay.
Okay, I'm Tom Gallagher, Summit Engineering. I think there's some things, and probably some of you know it, some of you don't know it. When we came into this thing, we had the false feeling that the county recorder might have known who owned what out there, or approximately maybe who owned what. Didn't turn out to be the case. We weren't told on the front end that Bob Hughes hated everybody in Lander County, and Lander County didn't like Bob Hughes very well. I personally flew to Salt Lake, made peace with Bob Hughes, with Commissioner Mills at the time. This thing has been a complete nightmare. And if you don't believe me, talk to your county surveyor. I saw him at the Elko Fair the other day, and he said, yeah, that is a real nightmare. And if another county comes to me and says they want to do the same thing, you know what I'm going to tell them? I'm going to tell them no way. So I just wanted to clarify that. There's a lot of landmines that in most projects we can foresee, and I've been doing this for only 44 years. So, but in this one it was a little difficult to uncover them. I mean, the Mistretti thing, how many maps does that affect?
It's mainly the core.
5 out of 7
Yeah,
maps.
mainly the
that are
core of the
not
town.
Mistretti. So we can do a map that looks like a donut that has a hole in the middle of it, but you know, that's just going to end up being a war later. So it would really be nice to get them to settle that. That'd help. And the government, the BLM, anybody's tried to work with the BLM. I just got a road easement, 1,200-foot long road easement in Reno. No problems. It only took 3.5 years. 4 different project managers. I mean, it's amazing to try to work with those people. Anyway, that's the only comment I had. If anybody has any questions for me, feel free to ask them. Nice to see you all again.
Glad you're doing better.
Nice to see you, Tom.
So you said, so that price that we have on the handout that you gave us, that's price per map, correct?
Yeah, and that's why I say, because we've put the time frame on there, it's like I say, you can, in other words, moving forward, if we do map M and you go, you know, we don't like the way you guys are doing this, we can, in other words, I would suggest we do a contract for each map. And that way, if you decide you want to go another route, that's fine. And
So are we talking a total combined cost of about $390,000?
no, sir.
Okay.
It would be 24,360 plus 7 times, about 140,000, about 164,000. But as I said earlier, just so there would not be any surprises, I put 2 long survey days, so there's 17 days of surveying in case we do have to go out and tie something. Now, I want to make it very clear, we've set a lot of the final corners for some of the original parcel map scheme we were planning to do, so there's a lot of corners set out there, but I've not included the price of setting the corners because it might be cheaper for the county to have a surveyor that's closer to Austin actually set the corners. It only takes what's called a certificate of amendment. It's just a single page that's basically one surveyor says, I'm taking over the responsibility of setting these corners. Austin is fully georeferenced. We have a complete control network throughout the entire town that meets actual urban standards for precision and accuracy. And we're happy to share that with anybody instead of us having to drive 3 hours out and 3 hours back to Reno. So in other words, somebody from Battle Mountain or Winnemucca would be, they're only an hour away from Austin. So it doesn't matter who sets the corners, final corners.
So do we do the not to exceed, or what do we do for the 164,000, what are we doing?
I think that's the modification possibly in the contract, is we could request something from Summit that modifies it to a not to exceed amount, with a drop dead date on it.
Yeah.
And then we need to get with our district attorney's office and see if they're willing to do what's requested of them through Summit.
So if you could do a proposal, Larry, with those factors in there and include what the district attorney needs to have done in that, then we can put the proposal in front of the commissioners.
Okay, well, the main thing I addressed towards your department was, as you're aware, I'm sure land surveyors cannot prepare legal documents. So the deeds would need to be prepared by the district attorney's office. But the template that was developed with Jan Morrison should work. But
as long as I have a legal description, I can make a deed.
yeah, no, and that's easy because that's the whole beauty of these
And
subdivisions.
that's what I'm saying. So if you could supply that, I'll do up the deed.
Okay, awesome. That's
All I
great.
need is the name and the description, legal description of the property.
Yeah, and now the one other thing we do still have, and I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier, is we still need verification by the assessor's office of do we have the ownership right? I mean, there are still parcels in the assessor's database that have no ownership listed on them. And so, and we've been dealing with Nancy Latruba, who is the subcontract mapper for the assessor's department. And she's been an excellent resource. And so we usually, when we get into a point where, hey, we can't follow the title, we usually email her and say, hey, can you chase this down and tell us who the owner is? One of the other things that was suggested by Steve Molleth is when we get to the end of all of this, is that a quiet title basically be done for the entire set of subdivision maps.
So if you could compile all these things you brought up and put them in one document, so not only do we see the proposal and the not to exceed and the amount of time, but also a list of things that need to be done and who the responsibility is to do it. If you could compile all of that data in one document and give it to us, because you have the knowledge, have you been working this, then we could see, we'd have a plan. That would be the plan, and you can submit it to the county commissioners for adoption, and they could adopt it. and, we'd have a plan.
Sounds like a plan.
I'd like to see us hold this and not continue forward until we have a solid contract in place that we're working off of with a set not to exceed amount, and everybody on the same page, so there is no more finger pointing, and we can proceed down this road and accomplish something.
Well, they're not doing any work right now.
No, I was working on the mineral surveys. I've tried to keep my time somewhat minimal since I'm a higher charge out rate. And Nate, who's been doing, I mean, he basically stepped up to the plate after I lost Caitlin Constantine, and he has had to go from 0 to 60 in a very short period of time. And what he's been doing for me on these maps is just I'd be lost without him.
We just had another approval on our financial for Summit, so they are.
But
Okay.
we do, in other words, on this first one, task A, I really do we need to work on it immediately so that we can get Bob Morley's office moving forward. So, we need to re-examine the maps to make sure that they're moving forward.
Okay, we need something to show the commissioners what needs to be done, what's in the process of being done.
And how, the time frame listed in it.
Right.
We're 12 years into this thing, we're still re-examining maps. I don't mean to be rude, but
I know, but I hate to start over and the cost of us.
No, we don't want you to start over. We want to get this done.
Well, we want to draw, like you said, 210 days. We want a day when it's finished. I mean, I don't know how you do that.
Okay, well, I want to make it very clear per our proposal, the original agreement with Kyla and Jan is we submit the maps. And basically, we do whatever you guys need us to do to get them to the point that they will be recorded. But we're not the ones that are responsible for chasing down the owners. So, I have tried to, as much as possible, to communicate with the citizens of Austin. I mean, what I usually do is when I'm there, I go to the senior center for lunch. And if there's somebody I've never seen before, I introduce myself and I say, hey, do you have any property issues? So.
Maybe we can shorten this up a little bit. Larry will prepare the proposal you need. He will send a document to Ted outlining the stuff that we need desperately from the county, and maybe a time frame that you could do that.
And we can put it in front of the commissioners for approval or
Right.
disapproval.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So would that be, is that precise enough?
That's what I would do.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's just plan on that, and we will get that to you. How soon?
I think we can get that to them by next week, but I'd like to.
Yeah, we'll get it to you next week. Okay? You can write that down, I'll sign it. Okay?
So are we going forward?
Yeah, that's fine. Then we can set another agenda
Okay.
and we'll attach that as background.
So is there something, a motion that has to be made or?
No, not really.
No.
So then we're gonna go ahead and adjourn for lunch then and come back at 1:30, is that all right?
Yeah.
1:15? That's fine, 1:15. So we'll be back at 1:15. I originally said 1:30 and I said you said 1:15. So what am I asking? Austin, are you still on?
I'm here.
Okay. Couldn't hear if it said yes or no.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. All right, we're gonna get started, you guys.
This conference will now be recorded. Unmuted.
All right, we're holding on.
Yeah, JR's here.
We'll just wait just a couple minutes for JR. Oh.
Somebody gets to read the resolution.
Patsy.
That's what I was looking at. Somebody needs to read the resolution. And they're all looking at you.
Because you do such a fine job at it, seriously.
I see.
Mm.
Because I use a ruler.
Mhm.
Get my ruler out.
Yeah.
Okay, we should be good.
Yeah, he's walking out. Who's it?
Okay, so
Thank you.
do I need to reread it in?
Yeah,
or-
number 12.
Okay, so I'm gonna reread in number, are we good to go over here?
Yes.
And Liz, we're good to go? Okay.
Yeah.
So, number 12, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove a resolution to establish a county library and a county library fund for Austin and Battle Mountain, and to appoint the Lander County Board of Commissioners as temporary county library trustees, whose terms shall not exceed more than 1 year. All right, so. Yeah. So, yeah, do we need any discussion?
No, we have to create a fund.
I don't have any questions about it.
Okay, do you have any questions?
Okay, I'll make a motion then that we approve resolution number 2021-15, a resolution of the Lander County Board of Commissioners establishing a county library fund, and appointing county library trustees. Whereas the Lander County Board of Commissioners, during its meeting on September 9th, 2021, decided to end its contract with the Elko County Library Services, and whereas the Lander County Board of Commissioners further voted to establish a Lander County Library on September 9, 2021, and whereas NRS 379.010 allows the county to establish and maintain a county library and create a county library fund, and whereas NRS 379.020 sets forth the procedure for the appointment of county library trustees, their terms of office, vacancies, compensation, expenses, and removal, and whereas the Lander County Board of Commissioners believes that it is in the best interest of the residents of Lander County to establish a Lander County Library in Austin and Battle Mountain, assuring local control and the ability to improve and expand the library system. Now therefore be it resolved that the Lander County Library is hereby established and a county library fund created for its maintenance, and be it further resolved that the Lander County Board of Commissioners finds that it is in the best interests of the residents of Lander County to establish and fund a county library in Austin and Battle Mountain, thereby assuring local control of an important service that provides a source for information, whether it's a book, a website, a database entry, a manuscript, recording, films, or education materials. Be it further resolved that the Lander County Board of Commissioners will act as temporary county library trustees for a period of time not exceeding 1 year, until county library trustees can be appointed by this board pursuant to NRS 379.020, which contemplates the following. Number 1, the Board of County Commissioners shall appoint 5 competent persons who are residents of the county to serve as county library trustees. 3 trustees shall hold offices for the terms of 1, 2, and 3 years respectively, and 2 trustees shall hold office for terms of 4 years. Annually thereafter, the Board of County Commissioners shall appoint 1 trustee who shall hold office for a term of 4 years, except that in those years in which the terms of 2 trustees expire, the Board of County, that's supposed to be commissioners, right? Shall appoint 2 trustees for terms of 4 years. County library trustees shall hold office until their successors are appointed and qualified. No trustee may be appointed to hold office for more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms. All vacancies which may occur at any time in the office of county library trustee must be filled by appointment by the Board of County Commissioners. Number 4, county library trustees serve without compensation, except that the Board of County Commissioners may provide for compensation in an amount to not more than $40 per meeting, with a total of not more than $80 per month, and may provide travel expenses and a subsistence allowance for the members in the same amounts as are allowed for employees of the county library. The Board of County Commissioners may remove any trustee who fails without cause to attend three successive meetings for the trustees. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall be effective on the 14th day of October 2021, and we authorize the chair to sign.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
So Patsy made the motion, Brian second, all in favor?
Aye. And you've got those couple corrections on the commissioners and the or for the correction, thank you. Aye.
Moving on to number 13, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the attorney retainer agreement with Lander County and law offices of Jennings and Fulton LTD for legal services as needed.
So both, this item and the next are firms that we had already been with, but through third-party contracting, now we're contracting directly.
Oh, okay, so we're not, okay.
Yeah, we're not hiring new attorneys.
These have already been in existence.
Correct.
Through the original one, through the
Correct.
original one. Okay. So, and this is, so people don't assume that this has nothing to do with Joey Gilbert?
Nothing to do.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I put that out there on me, because I had got some questions about that, so, all right. Any questions, discussion?
I will say for the record, Joey Gilbert did step down. He felt that, his name being a part of this brought the wrong perception to what was trying to be accomplished here, and that it was more of a distraction than it was a benefit. So he has stepped down as representation for Lander County, refunded us the full $5,000 that he was retained with, and the remainder of that money is being held by these attorneys here for.
So for the record, we never gave $50,000 to Joey Gilbert to run for governor.
No.
That is a rumor that we just cleared up.
Yes.
We never gave him a penny to run.
Okay.
A matter of a fact, just for the record, Joey Gilbert took 0 from Lander County out of all the phone calls, out of everything that has taken place to this point. He never billed us a penny. He refunded everything, and then the remainder of that are the retainers for the 2 attorneys that are currently on our agenda.
Okay.
And it was his own origination to basically step down. It wasn't our.
Yes, and that was, and like I said, that was his doing, because he felt that it was bringing undue hardship on the county and not staying focused on what the true intent is behind this.
All right.
Well, there's no questions? I'll make a motion to approve the attorney retainer agreement with Lander County and law offices of Jennings and Fulton LTD for legal services as needed.
All right, second?
I'll second it.
All right, so Brian made the motion, do you have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, very good. Moving forward, number 14, for discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove the attorney retainer agreement with Lander County and Burden Law Group, PLLC, for legal services as needed.
And then again, this is just another firm, same thing, yeah, so I'll make a motion, there's no questions? Okay, I'll make a motion, let me see here, to approve the attorney,
Ask for public comment, excuse me.
Yeah, we absolutely can. Do we have any public comment?
I apologize for the interruption, but.
No,
Okay.
it's all right, and thank you for doing that. Go ahead, Brian.
okay. Should we ask for the public comment for the last one, we can reopen it, or no? Do we need to?
I mean, there's public, if anybody has public comment for the last one, we can reopen that one.
If there is, then we can reopen.
Okay,
Okay,
none?
all right, not seeing any, we're gonna go ahead and, so. Any questions? So you made the motion, right, Brian?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the attorney retainer agreement with Lander County and Burden Law Group PLLC for legal services as needed.
Commissioner, on this one, on the agreement, we need to authorize the county manager to sign.
Okay, and authorize the county manager to sign.
Do we have any discussion? Are we good? Are we good? All right, so Brian made a motion, do you have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on for number 15, report to the commission on conversations to the paper ballots and other manufacturer of electronic voting machines or to stay with Dominion after report to Lander County Board of Commissioners to discuss and approve or disapprove one of the above options for future elections.
Give me just one moment.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
While she's doing that, I do have a letter from one of our constituents that they sent to me and asked me to read in public comment. Since it was an agenda item, I chose to read it at this time.
Okay.
So may I go ahead and do that?
Absolutely.
It says, "Thank you for sharing the following at this week's Commissioners' Board meeting in the space for public opinion. My public opinion statement is pertaining to the Dominion voting machines and election integrity. There is ample evidence showing Dominion machines are without a doubt corrupt, responsible for the stolen election of 2020. All you need to do is confirm this to listen to the preliminary report of the Arizona Maricopa County Forensics Audit. I can email you the link if you haven't already heard it. To ensure the protection of the civil rights of the citizens of Lander County by giving our voters equal protection under the law, the County Election Board needs to get rid of all Dominion equipment. Since all electronic equipment is vulnerable to hacking and corruption and ID voting for returning, then the paper ballots only for ensuring the security of everyone's vote and our election process. If you need further proof, I propose this county do a full forensic audit, like Arizona, of the 2020 election. I also propose we do a canvassing audit to make sure our voter rolls are up to date and accurate. It's a good time to give our election system a good house cleaning. Thank you, and that's from Maureen Carey."
We do have public comment online, but I was thinking that maybe we should wait until after Sadie's presentation, so
Yes.
maybe it'll answer some of the questions.
Okay, yes. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right.
Okay, Sadie Sullivan, Lander County Clerk. I have a couple things here. Just for the record, it states that Lander County Clerk is bringing this before the board, and that is not correct. It was something that you guys had asked me, so I'm bringing the information to you, but it wasn't my request. Also, I'd like to state that myself and as the Lander County Clerk and my staff will continue to follow county and state and federal laws. So if you choose to pass this item today, we'll continue to work the best of our ability to move forward on this. But I'd also like to state that voting on this item, I don't feel it's fair to the voters in Lander County. I feel they should have a say as a whole, not just a few people to decide. I'd also like to state that I cannot give a full, fair opinion on everything today because, of course, I'm not an attorney, so anything legal would not be for me to comment on. But I can answer any questions that pertain to how things are done in the office and for the elections, but not something that needs an illegal opinion. So I have several things. I have a book here. This is what we have to go by for our elections, so it's not just one statute, it's this whole entire thing that is elections that we have to abide by. So just so you have a visual, it's pretty thick, a lot of things there, and that's just the Nevada portion of it. Okay, first I want to acknowledge that we all have the same goals. We want fair and secure elections. We want our votes to count. We do not want anyone to be able to exploit any part of the process so that an illegal vote can be casted. To the end, You have asked for a report about a possible transition from our current election system to some other solution with the intent of improving our existing processes. There are a number of factors that would affect in this transition, and you should be aware of, including increasing training requirements, additional personnel requirements, the multitude of adding requirements that come out of the 2021 legislative session and that we're also currently implementing, and other fiscal and operational impacts. Many constituents have reached out to me about the possible transition. Some are worried that their voices are going unheard and they want to be involved. If you do decide to transition away from the machines we are currently using, I simply request that we do so in a deliberated and carefully thought out manner, that we do not rush into it blind and to the second and third other impacts that would cause ripple effects in the next year's election and in the counties across the state. Just to show you, this is policy and procedures that we have to follow with Dominion, and so when you have a company, you have the full policy and procedures to follow as well. That was something I think that was asked in the last meeting that they provide. Let's see. If this surprises you that the change in our elections here in Lander County will impact elections in all 16 other counties, then perhaps we should start our discussion there with a few examples about how. First, we have statutory requirements under NRS 293.3078 through NRS 293.3086 to ensure that provisional ballots are not counted until I have confirmed that the individuals were eligible and did not vote in another county. After all ballots have been cast, every county provides their list of provisional ballots to the Secretary of State so they can validate that no one attempt to vote in more than one county. This is a requirement that happens before each Board of County Commissioners that can certify the results. So to be clear, we have to wait for every other county to turn in their list to the Secretary of State, and they have to wait for us before this important step is completed. We also have a relatively new requirement for an audit, in addition to other audits that we're already required to conduct. This new audit is Risk Limited Audit, or RLA, and it's described in NRS 293.394. This new audit is conducted at both the state and the county levels. Each RLA bolster vote confidence that the results are accurate. There have been a number of pilot RLA across the state over the last 2 years, and we're going to do more this year and next in preparing for the continuing them full-time starting January 1 of 2024. The statewide RLAs require each county to conduct this audit and report the results to the Secretary of State while conducting our county-specific RLAs. These new audits are another important step to ensure our elections are fair and secure. And this is, you've asked for this, and so I'm not directing, saying, guiding, whatever have you, pros and cons on companies. So just letting you know. There are 2 examples, but there are many others. I'd like to address the pros and cons of the options you identified. First, I'll address the pros and cons of staying with Dominion. We've worked with Dominion for years. There's been a proven and reliable partner in the conduct of the elections. They provide immediate and helpful support whenever we need it and have not once faced to meet the provision of the contract. Our staff is familiar with the system and they work well across the state. 16 of the 17 counties use the same system, and we have some, use the same system. So there is plenty of redundancy if there's ever an issue or a need of a backup. If we transition to another manufacturer for election machines, there are a number of different pros and cons, all depending on what we end up with. If you have decided to move forward from our current system, then I recommend we enable our electorate and opportunities to get engaged as well. We could arrange for an open house where a number of vendors bring us their systems so that the voters could see and review for themselves what options are out there I suspect more people do not know the difference between direct recording electronic voting machines, often called a DRE voting machine, and a ballot marking device, or a BMD. I would also provide examples of our chain of custody documents and other forms and processes that we use to ensure the security and fairness of the elections. Our machines are DRV voting machines. Carson City uses a BMD system that is basically a machine that prints your choices directly on a piece of paper that you hold in your hand. Let me mark that spot real quick. So you go up to a machine, you do your voting, you have your ballot. It goes in, prints the information, and then you have it in hand to go and drop it into a box that you're recording. You know, it's taking your vote and it's tallying at that time. So the machines that we currently have, there's the printout that sits next to it. So you review it, make sure what you've tapped on the machine, the paper's there, but you can't touch it. So a lot of people have felt they do like the feel of it, or, you know, that it's in their hands, and then go drop it. So that's just a little bit of an explanation between the two machines for you. Our voters should be allowed to see what both are and help with the decision. Each of these options have different costs. Though they all would likely range in cost from $150,000 to $300,000. They would have their own training requirements and deliver timelines, and we need to get them early enough to incorporate them into our voter outreach plan in order to show our voter what the new system looks like and how it functions and what security measures each has in place to ensure a fair and secure election. Finally, if we transition to what you refer to as a paper ballot election, there would also be a significant pros and cons. First thought, I would need to better understand what you mean by this. I'm not asking these questions to be crass, but rather to ensure that I understand exactly what you mean, and can ensure that I have it on the record and can comply depending on how the board votes today. We have quite a few more machines in our election than I think you realize, so do you mean that you do not want any machines involved in Lander County elections at all? Or you mean that you just don't want our voters to use the DRE voting machines? So what my questions is, several questions are, you have a paper ballot that's produced that goes through a machine. And so you have your programming, your proofreading, and the back and forth and that type of thing. So your ballot has to be produced on paper, which we do that currently. And so when it talks of on the item, convert to paper ballots, other manufactured electronic voting machines are to stay with the Dominion. So I guess there's discussion or thought in my mind, those ballots are produced, and then what happens is they return them, they mail them, they come in person, they drop them off, they get put into the system that they've been returned, the signatures verified at that time, and then it's also verified again by my board, my election board, that they have to go through, and it's the mail-in ballot board that they actually come here, they are a part of over at the Civic Center. So they verify that, and then what they do is they pile up those ballots, and then they go through a machine and have to be read. And if for some reason somebody's put a cross through it and filled in the oval of another one, you have your two board workers that say, yes, this is what they truly meant, because it's detected at that time. If they both feel one way, they will grab a third person for their opinion to, decide which direction to go on that vote. If there's coffee stains, if there's kids where they've had crayons, you have a number of things we've had yet come in on them. So it goes through that scanner, and so it's detecting every little thing to make sure that there's no possible way that person didn't vote the way, that you feel. So I have workers specifically that are for all those paper ballots. So when we talk of going all paper, I guess my question is, and it could go into great detail today, tomorrow, whenever, to what degree, are you guys looking towards, and so that's what my question is are you not looking at it going through a device to be read, and then of course there would have to be policy and procedures to figure out what next, I guess you could say. And so, that's my question to you guys, is what do you mean by converting to paper ballots? Because we already do paper ballots. So I guess that's a question that I have.
Well, sorry, that sounds loud, is I'm interested in how it states it in the builder's voter, the rights, the builders, or the voters' bill of rights, thank you.
Correct, yes.
Tongue-tied there, holy
Yes.
cow. 293B,
Okay?
which I still haven't seen a copy of exactly to where we're all on the same page. My idea of a paper ballot is a paper ballot that somebody fills in. And then whatever machine you use to tabulate the vote. That's in my mind. That's what I'm thinking
So
of.
you're feeling that everybody can vote by the paper ballot, have it, and then it's ran through the machine. So you're okay with it being tallied through that machine? I mean, that's
It
one
has
of,
to be, doesn't it? Have to be tallied through some type of machine.
We're talking about a tabulator, dude.
right.
Tabulation, right.
Yeah, okay. So that was just one thing I wanted to clarify, because there was talk, of course, and it was, okay, you're gonna be hand counting, and so, I wanted to say, and what happens is like our mail-in precincts, which is 6, 7, 8, and 9. 6 is our ranches that are south of the 40th parallel. 7 is Austin, 8 is Gilman, and 9 is Kingston. And then we also have our military overseas that receive paper ballots as well, or there's electronic form that they can fill out, and then we do what we need to do for them. But what the biggest question was is on all those, and what has been passed on through legislature, like we spoke of earlier, that Mark had stated, is everybody will be receiving a paper ballot again, just like we did in the general. And so that's just some clarification I wanted us to have as a board and have that knowledge, what were the thoughts of everybody.
And then on that same token, as far as the tabulation machines, I'd be interested in hearing about and knowing about the people who make them, how they work and all that, of course, But yeah, that was my idea, so.
I'd be interested in how it was done before electronic voting machines, because it's my understanding that it was quick, easy, and fast.
Okay.
Well,
And I
don't
wasn't
think-
here for that, Art,
Yeah.
so I would love to answer that, but I can't answer that for you, Art. But I do have a couple of people on the phone that may be able to answer that for you.
Well, and I had asked some questions about that same thing, and they'd said that, now with the way the NRSs and things have changed on the voting, is if you hand vote, like everybody's looking at, and they're ran through a machine, because instead of, they run through the meeting and then validate them. And so I think that is a requirement. There's no like hand counting, and then you call up and say, well, this person had 47 votes, or this person had 900 votes. They actually have to be ran through the machine and counted to try to avoid human error. And then that's the way that you can report them to the Secretary of State, because there has to be some kind of electronic way that the human isn't doing it, that machine is doing it and reporting to the state. Am I correct in that?
It's not electronic.
Well, it's.
mechanical.
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 Yeah, mechanical, and
sorry for
and I
interrupting.
understand, but it's mechanical.
It's digital.
It's a mechanical process this is Richard Green, it's a mechanical process to actually process the paper which has the marks on it. After that, it's digitized at that point.
Okay.
And according to all the NRS that we have there, and it has to be reported to the state in that form, or it's not taken. I mean, we can hand them a stack of paper ballots, but they won't accept it. None of the stuff that we do will matter. They won't even count it. So unless they change the way that they accept the votes, that we have to submit them that way. So it's more or less, the tail wagging the dog on this. So we have to, like, I understand what everybody wants, and I want it too, but it has to be presented to them in the way that they're gonna take it, or it's all for naught.
So with
They have
us,
to follow the same statutes we do.
correct.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
That you're talking about their procedures,
Yes, sir.
but the procedures aren't the law.
There are laws in which we
Are you,
have to.
are you
Yes, but
talking
I'm
of
just saying,
the
not
statutes, Ted?
Yes?
Are you talking of the statutes that you're
No,
stating?
those are statutes.
You're saying their procedures.
Their procedures.
So their procedures is, this is my opinion, is they are telling you, cause the machines come and we have to program them ourselves individually. So what happens is, we work back and forth with the company, and they will send stuff through a secured, you have to uncode, what's it called? Encrypt, thank you. It comes encrypted, and we have to encrypt it. Decrypt. Thank you. And so anyway, it's secured, and then what happens is, it's called pre-lat. We publish it, and anybody can come for pre-lats and be a part of that and watch what's done. And so we have to go to each machine, and literally, it's a thumb drive now. It used to be a cartridge, but it's a thumb drive that is specific. It's not just a random one that you can have. It has the securities on it. So you have to download that information onto that and go to each machine and program Lander County's ballot for the entire ballot on each machine. So we as my staff and some of my election workers, we're putting that on those machines. And so there was something that was stated why I started heading that direction.
Procedure versus law.
Oh, correct. And so what they do in their procedures is they're like, okay, well, here's step one. This is what you need to do. We do all the programming here. So they've created the ballot, the look of it, on their side, but we're literally putting it into the machines and programming each machine. And it will come up with an error if you've missed a step, and then you can go back to your procedure and go, oh crap, I missed number 5, and so their information in this is just a step-by-step of how to make sure you're doing that. They are here. Any election company, they come on site to help and assist with those, so that if you do have any problems or issues. And so anyway, they are here to answer any questions that we may have, so we're actually programming. So the naiveness of this, and before running for the clerk, I had no idea all the details that are a part of it, and how much hands-on involved that the clerk's office is and their staff. For whatever reason, in which I think this is probably common, people feel like, oh, here's the machine, they programmed it, they did it, they set it all completely up, and there wasn't, any interaction, or you didn't program. So that was my naiveness of coming on, of not realizing how hands-on and all the different steps that you truly have to do. And like I said, that is open to the public. I've had one commissioner in the past that he came in, it was at the old archives is where we program him, and he came in for that portion, and so anybody's welcome, the public. You guys are able to come in, you just have to be quiet, of course, as we're programming, that type of deal, but there's nothing, on our part or anything like that to hide. We're here to show and have people understand, because there's so many steps and so many things involved.
You're talking about programming the debating machines,
Any machine, yeah.
any electronic machines. Okay.
Yeah, just so that way because
No,
I think
I understand what you're saying.
it's just, I think a lot of people, like I said, I thought that they did it all, and, here you set it up and you watch it, and, but truly we're hands-on involved in all the steps and things that
So
are,
any electronic machines will go through that process, is what you're saying.
all the voting machines.
Right.
Mhm.
But if you don't use them, you won't be going through that process.
But even the county ones, you
Well,
still have to, don't you?
A portion, we will be using those scanners,
Right.
so those will have to be able to read. So like your ballots, that's the other thing is when a ballot is produced, you can't just have a regular piece of paper. You have ballot paper, and then there's the barcodes and what's the proper name?
I think, well, there's a barcode on those things, and then there's other things on the paper that would identify it as authentic.
So then somebody couldn't, copy it and try, or we've had people where they've tried to copy it and then send it in, and it's like, that won't work, but we can reissue you a ballot. Or they've called and said, oh my gosh, I spilled my whole coffee, and so then we have to go ahead and spoil that ballot, give them a new issue, or issue them a new ballot. So there's, along with what you were asking, Ted, or I'm not for sure if I answered, but anyway, definitely we would still have those machines that they would be fed through. I will tell you, as a small county, which is very grateful in that aspect, is say we have in precinct 6, 120 voters that have returned their ballots. They go through the chain, and we have a person that checks them off on the book that they've received. So we've already done it in my office when they first come in. Then that board checks off in the book that they have it in place. And then another person opens, another one takes it out, and then it's put in a pile, then just flipped upside down. And within that, the signature is verified. So we have a step-by-step. We have a little assembly line per se. And once that's done, if we've had, 120, how many ever, we go ahead and hand count just to make sure, okay, there's 120, here's 120 envelopes, because then we have another form that we have to fill out how many we've received, if there was a problem with one, so we go through that. Then when it's fed through your feeder, it will count, you have 120, 121, whatever it is, so that way one doesn't get caught in there, two doesn't get picked up, whatever, so that way we can at least, check on those numbers. So just as an, as an idea for you.
So then,
It's really, really interesting, actually, Art. It's good information.
it is good information. So, with the, how many other companies do the machines where you're just hand feeding through and it's tallying, not like Dominion? Is it how many different companies have those feeders where you take them in and it tallies?
That's something we'd have to look into. I'm not for sure. I have Mark's on the phone, I believe. Back in 2017, there's a company called ES&S and Dominion. They went to Carson City. They showed their products. We would just have to see, each company has similar things throughout, and other companies have kind of a unique, thing. And so, Mark, are you on the line that you'd be able to answer Kathy's question by chance?
Yes, ma'am. Sullivan, are you able to hear me?
If you could speak up a bit.
Yes, ma'am. There are numerous companies that provide a ballot marking device.
Okay.
These are all approved companies that I'm referring to. But to Ms. Sullivan's point, we can certainly gather a list and provide additional information to the commissioners for their review.
Okay, that's a big question. So, you have however many companies that are out there, and, how are they already approved with the Secretary of State, that kind of stuff. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And then also there's the electronic poll books. So back in the day, you did sign on your paper. We have a list. You'd sign on there. We would compare the signatures when you'd come for early vote or those envelopes. So that was the other question that came to mind or in discussion, is a mechanical, or, it's a portion of the machine. So we wanted to find out, would they still be able to, I guess it'd be, what would that look like? Are we allowed to, are we going back to printing the paper and, signatures there? Are we, allowed to use like the electronic poll book is what they call them? So there's just so many questions.
With that though, because Clark County with their machines, they've had signature verification issues. What would you recommend to where Lander County doesn't have similar issues? Because I would think that just a signature, an actual live signature, not through an electronic machine,
Right.
would be the answer to that.
There's, and Mark might be able to tell us, there's a law that was passed, and I can't think of what it is, Mark, but basically this was prior to this presidential election, and it's a curing of the signatures, Mark, is that correct? And so I had people come in and say, hey, I want to check and make sure that my vote counts, so can I look at my signature, what you have on record? So those signatures are being pulled from your DMV license, or if you have had an old affidavit from years and years, and your signature has changed through the years. And so I'll let Mark speak a little bit on that, but a lot of people did come in person and said, hey, can I check my signature and see what you have on file? And if it was changed, or their names changed and they forgot to come and change their last name or what have you, they updated those signatures. So there are processes that here, the advantage that we have of being in a smaller county, that those signatures are, very close. Mark, can you?
Yes, ma'am. Mark Voloshin for the record. Just like Ms. Sullivan said, there are ways to validate your signature, and also to answer the commissioner, the concerns about Clark County using a machine to verify signatures, that is easy to prevent in Lander County by either not going with that same machine, because there are other types of machines, or simply, like you said, relying on humans to review the signatures. There's a requirement now from Assembly Bill 321 for signature verification training for all staff that interact with signatures as part of the administration of an election. So the people that are involved in Lander County signature verification in 2022 and going forward, if that is the direction that the commissioners want it to go, where it is just people without machines, they will also have training. That will also help ensure that the signatures are examined very closely, and if there's any discrepancy or question, then the voter will be contacted and given an opportunity to cure their signature.
Correct. And will you give us that number one more time, Brian? Is that something?
I got it.
You did get it, okay, okay. So, and it's called curing of the signature, correct? Mark?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So what happened is if we've received a ballot in and we pull back the tab and we see that the signature's a bit off, or you can tell in the loops or whatever have you, now that bill has passed that we have to notify them and reach out to them and say, you know, is this truly you? Can you come in? And so that's the benefits of the small county too, is that, you know, we can reach them and they do come in and verify, or we can update or that type of thing, so. Let's see here. We talked of the tabulators, the electronic tabulators. Let's see, it says, I'm required by NRS 293.675 to maintain electronic voter registration lists so I can provide information to the Secretary of State. And I was, you know, wondering if this is still acceptable. Our uniformed and overseas citizens, and now pursuant to AB 121, our community members with disability are allowed by federal and state laws to use the effective absentee system for election, also known as EASE. EASE allows the electronic transmissions of voter ballot preference daily to my office. This process still creates an audible paper ballot trail, so it remains secure, but it will still happen. And so that'd be something, you know, I just wanted to make sure that's acceptable. Finally, does it matter that pursuant to AB 321, I will be required to mail a ballot to every active registered voter going forward, and if anyone votes only using their mail ballot, especially if they just bring it into my office to turn it in, will we in effect that have nothing but paper ballot? Is this acceptable, and does this meet your requirements? Regardless of what we decide, what you guys decide on today on voting, rest assured that my entire staff and the staff of the Secretary of State will work together to ensure every ballot cast by Lander County vote will count, and that our elections will be fair and secure. And so I think there's just, you know, a lot of things and a lot of, you know, questions and things, you know, to mull over, to have the understanding, so that way I know what you guys are wanting or thinking. On the Voter Bill of Rights, I had read this earlier. It's the NRS 293.2546, number 10. And it says to have a uniform statewide standard for counting and recounting all votes accurately. And so with that Voter Bill of Right, what we, you know, do decide today will affect the other counties, of course, and some people are for that. They're great, and other people are like, what the heck? And so anyway, I just want to have that on the record as well. Let's see here. And also I have a representative with Dominion that's on the line if you have any questions for them. And Mark is available online as well. I have Kay Stimson that's on the line. She's the Vice President of Government Affairs. And anyway, if you have any questions, that she's available to answer as well. She's a great wealth of knowledge.
So how long have we been using Dominion?
2004.
2004.
Before my time as clerk.
And so it's been that, basically, did the Secretary of State, was that originally their program that kind of got filtered down to all the counties? They were the original ones, or how did they come to fruition to be used?
Mark, do you know how that originated by chance? Have they gave you the background on that?
Mark Voloshin for the record. No, ma'am, that was well before my time as well. I can get some information on the history though, and we'll provide it.
So, was it, regardless of what the counties wanted, the Secretary of State was using Dominion, and so did the county, the counties had to use it because the programs had to match?
So we had the get-together in Carson City, and there was ES&S and Dominion, and it was choice of the county. So there is a couple other counties that they are not using Dominion.
Okay.
And so some of them, one of them I believe is using a portion of it, but then using something different for another area. And Mark could tell you exactly, is that Douglas County or Carson City? Is that correct, Mark?
Yes, ma'am. And you are right. The counties were able to pick based on, again, really their constituents and a discussion between the commissioners and the clerk.
So with that being said, there was, and I don't want to misstate, but I guess I won't say the counties. There's about 3 other counties, smaller counties and close counties to me, and some the clerks are still there and some have retired. We had spoke of possibly going to ENS because we knew that our people did like, in fact, to have the feel of that paper ballot in their hand instead of it staying within the machine. But when it came down to it, they felt that it would be better to go more uniform and
Consistent across the
yes, and then if there was supplies, and so one of our neighboring counties had ran out of the thermal paper for the machines, and it's made specifically for those machines. You can't just get it like a cash register one. And so anyway, they ended up having issues, and we had an extra case of paper, and so that's one of the reasons why they chose to stay, together with Dominion, is because of the supplies, like I had spoke of, that, if you need to, you could have somebody run to a county and get something that may, be of need.
Okay.
So hopefully that gives you some information.
Sadie, just out of curiosity, if we go to a paper ballot, who would you suggest that we go through?
That's just, I'm used to Dominion because that's who I've worked with, so the familiarity with Dominion on paper ballots, I don't feel that it's what you guys choose. I don't feel that I don't, like I said, there's the familiarity of working with Dominion and having a paper ballot, but they all have to follow the same rules, the same laws, and that type of thing. And so, like I said, Dominion's, they've been there, every phone call, they're, right, Johnny on the spot, and that type of thing. ES&S has also been able to answer questions, or they were there at the Secretary's, at the Capitol building. And so, and like Mark said, there's companies, to choose from. So.
Well, I don't consider Dominion a paper ballot. It's an electronic ballot. You're putting, it's through a machine. Well, I think you were referring to as a paper ballot, an actual piece of paper.
But they still produce the paper ballot. So when they're sending over the information, they don't print it. They're the programmers to create the paper ballot.
Mm-hmm.
And then we send that off to another company that is a printing company specifically for that.
Yeah.
And so
I think just so you're clear on what my position is, because I don't want it to be like any confusion. When I say paper ballot, I'm talking about a paper ballot you fill out to where, because this is my thing, is that we as a Board of County Commissioners, we have to certify that election vote.
Mm-hmm.
And in the past, when I've done that, I've always had questions in mind. What am I certifying? I've never seen it.
And you are certifying paper. You're certifying your mail-in ballots. You're certifying your snowbirds, I call them, your absentees. People can request them. So that whole certification is an election as a whole. Mm-hmm. So any Board of Commissioners are certifying what's from the machines and then also the paper ballot as well. Just hopefully that helps you out a bit.
I think your understanding of a paper ballot and mine are two completely different things.
I think, well, I get what you're saying on the paper, because Austin and all those precincts, 6, 7, 8, and 9, they can't come and vote on the machines.
So
They
they use-
have to have, they don't have a choice, because it was passed previous to me that those are mail-in precincts. So I've had complaints that they've, like, hey, we're coming up, we're getting groceries, we want to vote on the machines. And legally, those were already designated, so they cannot vote on those
So
machines.
they're like mail-in paper ballot. And then how are
Yes.
those votes tabulated?
Same thing, through that same tabulator machine.
Which is a Dominion tabulator?
All of
Is it
it's
through the-
Dominion.
It's all through that system?
Correct, correct. So, there's the information I have for you.
It just makes it confusing based on the agenda item is on a conversion to paper ballots. But Sadie's calling the Dominion system a paper ballot, and that's not.
They do provide the paper ballot though, they provide all.
There's an electronic voting machine that Sadie says provides a paper ballot as part of their function.
Yes,
Correct,
yes.
and I believe that would be the same with the ES&S, they,
But if you went to non-electronic machines.
Yes.
With tabulators and use paper ballots, then Dominion would be part of that process.
well, Dominion could still be a part of it, cause they're already currently producing the paper ballot. Does that make sense?
No, that doesn't, not for me.
No, it doesn't make any sense to me.
They could be hired to produce the paper ballots for your election.
But so can ENS, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, so I mean, there's different companies
Right,
that can be
right.
put out.
So
there.
they have your template of your ballot. So I have to send out their
But that,
sound.
hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
but
no,
that
you're
ballot, I'm just trying to understand, that ballot is produced through an electronic means. It's not produced through a mechanical means, as far as like taking a pen or pencil and marking your vote, and then that thing being put in a box, that thing, and then that ballot being pulled out and ran through a tabulator.
Go ahead.
Dominion, as it is right now, they do the programming for the actual paper. And that is submitted to another company that actually prints them.
They don't print them.
They don't
Dominion
print
does
them.
not print. They're
I'm
not
just
my
thinking, when I
printing
go to vote, it's
Right.
not on a paper ballot, I mean,
No,
it's through a
because-
machine.
Correct, that's because you're not in those precincts or have asked for an absentee. So you can ask for an absentee or live in those precincts.
They are just paper.
Correct. And so I have people that are the snowbirds, the hunters, if they've gotten a tag that year, they come in and will say, hey, I'm gonna be hunting during the general, I want to make sure. And so they're able to ask for an absentee paper ballot, and they come in, they fill the ovals, so they have that option. And so with what was just passed at legislative, the paper ballot, everybody will get a paper ballot. You guys all got paper ballots during the last general election? And then when you came in person, those that are precinct 1 through 5, and it asked for you to check the box, are you surrendering your ballot? Do you have your ballot? And you marked on there, you signed it, and then we took your ballot and stapled it to the form and put it in with your precinct, so then that way somebody wasn't trying to vote by their paper ballot, plus also vote in person. And then we also have that in the system too, so there's all the checks and balances. So, you
So-
had that option, and you still have that option to vote by that paper ballot to
So
this
with
date.
ENS, would we have to purchase all new machines?
Correct.
Which part, I may have missed that, which part is Dominion hooked to?
Come up here.
Come up here, Amy.
So you can be here.
I just wanted to ask if she can answer. I'm learning. So I'm confused, I was thinking about what Brian said, I come in and then I surrender my mail-in and I go to the machine. Tell me where the Dominion part of it is connected to my vote and how that information could be manipulated.
So what happens is when you're voting on the machine and you've tapped Joe Schmo for this and Cindy Lou for this, and then you submit your ballot, then you're to look, it tells you in the instructions to read the side to make sure exactly, and it's called calibrating, no, not calibrating, maybe it is. No, it's so that your finger, when you're tapping on the machine, that your finger's literally tapping that correct person.
It would be calibration.
Okay, calibration, okay. I was second guessing myself. And so basically that is the reason why it's asking you to go ahead and print your paper over here, and that god awful noise on that machine that's, Anyway, and if you want me to do it again, I'll do that again. But anyway, on there, it's making sure what you've tapped on that machine, that's exactly who you have voted for. And that is also kept as a record so that if there is any reasons for auditing, that what your vote was, and that's where you can make any corrections. You can go back into the machine because it's like, oh, I didn't, or you might have thought you hit Cindy Lou, and it prints out right here, and you're like, oh, crumb, that's not who I meant to, have. And so then you go back to your thing, unmarked that person, and mark their correct person. And so that's why it's printing your little side paper reference to make sure, did you do what you're, and that's up to you, to make sure and read, yeah, by hell, that's who I marked. And then submit it as a final. So in the machine, it's saved there. It's saved also with your paper roll that we have, and then also it's saved on the secured thumb drive. So it's in 3 different areas for that. Does that help at all, Amy?
Where do they process and then
So
send it?
they program at the beginning like your ballot or how to put it in the machine. So then we program in the machine each ballot goes into the machine, and then once at the end of the whole tallying, we have our thumb drives. We take them to a secured computer that does not ever go online, and those thumb drives are ran through that to get your records of your reports, your tabulations, your precincts, everything. And then that goes onto a separate thumb drive that we have to put through the computer that's a state IPS switch that's secured, that's encrypted. Did I say that right? Encrypted.
So is the original thumb drive connected to the Dominion machines?
The
one that you then verify?
well, it comes through.
It's created by a Dominion machine.
It's created by a Dominion. Okay.
Okay. So if it were manipulated on the front end and then you verified it secondary and third, there would be no way, there wouldn't be any way to know if it had already been manipulated.
I believe the manipulation would have to happen after here. Because,
Possibly.
yeah, because once it leaves here, it goes to another system, and it's probably a Dominion system then too.
Okay.
So that's what I want to eliminate, any possibilities. And just so you know, I don't feel that our election here in Lander County was anything funny with it, but we can be disenfranchised, like we could have somebody in a state level that, that there could have been possibly somebody who represented us better, and then somebody got in because there was some manipulation. That's my concern.
Mm-hmm.
As well as my concern as a commissioner that we're certifying. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, trust me, it's my name as
Yeah.
well. So I mean,
No, exactly. That's
equally
my point.
concerned.
We're kind of on the same page.
Right,
It's
right,
like,
and that's why I stated, for us to all work together on it because, it's a huge thing, and that's
absolutely
like,
it is. I recognize that.
Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna work together, you need to work with Bert and Ted. It's just that simple.
Well, so the other ideas is like the ENS. So is there a handful of, like you said, of companies that the Secretary of State uses that we can be given that information of who they are? So we have, aside from Dominion.
Yeah, like what other systems are out there besides Dominion?
Right. Mark, would you be able to comment on that?
Yes, ma'am. Mark Voloshin for the record. We certainly can gather a list of information, or even better, if you're interested, we could set up a demo, maybe in a gym or something, one Saturday or Sunday, so that you can see all of the different systems that are available for your decision.
And I'm a hands-on person, so when he talks of having some companies come, and I believe, correct me if I'm over speaking, Mark, but I like to see and feel and touch. I'm definitely hands-on, so I want to see what the machine's doing, what the next step is, and so as a demo, like he said, it was very informative when we went to Carson City to see the different things, the different tabulators, how they're tabulating, A to Z, and so I think that anybody that would love to join in and be a part of that, it's very interesting and gives a world of knowledge.
I think when we look at the things that have come up and all the stories that are going around, the biggest thing is we're losing faith in the Dominion because of several things. Texas said they looked at it and it could be hacked too easily. Now, what their state did to come up with that, I don't know, but they bypassed it, did not take it. One of the things is we found out that was the software, and they said the software actually originated in China, and so that scared us when we thought, well, great, our software could be hacked or something, and then we were getting other things that came in, and some came out of Arizona, but in Colorado, and some of them, but they're saying some information that we received where the people went around and did the actual personal contact with the voters, and even their neighbors, and they said hi to 5 different neighbors. Did you vote? And they said all 5 of them voted, but yet only 2 of them showed up in the machine. I mean, that's what was on the state, and in fact, the one that gave the information said they called Secretary of State and they didn't have him down as voting, and he said, of course I voted. So where are we missing this? They seem to be voting okay, but then we don't know what to do after they vote with the tabulation.
It's like in California with the governor's race that just happened. You know how many people have come forth that says, they come up, I want to vote. Oh, you've already voted. I didn't vote. I want to vote. It shows that you've already voted. So it's like glitches and mishaps like that. It's like. It
is, and that's where we're coming from. And this is the biggest thing. I mean, the integrity of voting is what we have to make sure that the people are comfortable with, because we're not.
This was something that was very interesting to me too. Of course, things go on Facebook, and so somebody commented and said Lander County was off, X amount of votes. And so I went ahead, and I don't comment on those. I don't want to join in. And so anyway, I went ahead and I Facebook messengered him privately and said, hey, could you tell me where you're getting your numbers? Because we were not off. And so he, sure, not a problem. And he sent them over to me, and they were 3 different news medias, or whatever they were called, and holy smokes, by hell, Lander County was off. So I thought, this is crazy. So now I have another thought pattern, is because there is fake news out there, and if you go to the source, and so I said, hey, I can give you anything that's public knowledge, I can give you any reports, I can get you the canvas, the votes that was here, because there was 3 for sure, possibly 4, they had put out there, this county was off, this one in Nevada, that one, and that one, and it wasn't true. And so it was so disturbing, and for me to hear that, it makes you feel like, what the heck? And then you want to try to contact them and go, why are you sending this false information out there when that is not true? And so I get where you guys are coming from, and I hear those same things that you guys hear, and it is disturbing.
Let me ask you that, when we canvass the votes, are those numbers based off the paper ballots, or is it off that electronic thing that is sent to them, to the Secretary of State, and then back to you?
Total. So what happens is that night, so each electronic machine has their own thumb drive. So we have a total of 26 machines. We have 26 thumb drives that have to go in and be tallied on the computer that is never on the website. So each of those secured thumb drives. Then also what happens is when we go and we scan all the paper ballots for the mail-in and absentees and yada yada, those 2 computers are off-site as well, those scanners, because you look at a screen too to see if there's the problems, like I was telling you earlier. And those 2 are linked to the off-site computer. And so those are going in as well. So when you do your canvas, those printouts are coming from the computer that never goes online, that are from the thumb drives and the paper ballots that are scanned. It's a whole. And so that computer never can go online, and then it gets put onto a thumb drive that is specific, that gets put to the one that we send to the state that's encrypted.
I've got a question.
The paper what?
The paper that is printed from those other devices, you also look at those as well.
So never in the process are you actually checking it against the actual paper ballot?
What do you mean by that?
Everything that's checked is via a scanner, an electronic machine. It's never, so if they say, okay, 800 and so people voted for candidate A, you're not going and then actually verifying it on the paper ballot.
Yeah, so say we have a stack of 100 voters.
Okay.
We don't go through and say, okay, here's candidate A, and we don't go, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or thumb through them or count through them or anything like that. That's the way I feel. That is the envelope's already ended up here at the beginning, say I voted paper. And one of the things that came up during one of the elections, they said, well, I don't want to do absentee anymore because you can see who I voted for. And I have a board, and as they open, they aren't going, holy shit, Brian, you voted for so-and-so. You know, that's not their job. That's the privacy of the voter or whatever have you. So once they are down to the end and they're flipped over, you know, there could be where you would manually go through and have to go, okay, candidate A and then candidate B, and then you were gonna have that long process of trying to figure out how to tally them, what's the best system, how are we gonna report that to the Secretary of State, and that's per that that voter bill of right of how, you know, to report and count, do the counting of it. And Richard has a.
I wanna make sure that I understand you, sir, is that you were asking if there is a physical audit on votes as well as compared to the digital.
As to what?
As compared to the digital, the stuff that
Yes,
came off the PC.
exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is. She does it in a redundancy of 3 different ways.
Okay.
She counts the people that comes in by person, by a person. And
So everybody that walks through the door is their tally, boom.
yeah, there's
Okay.
basically, yes. Everybody that gets validated to vote, there's a tick, in
Okay.
other words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
1. And then after that is all done, there are also a paper audit that is produced by those machines. And those are audited against those.
But it's the machine doing the auditing, not
Correct.
not an.
But it's done physically by a
But we
human
do it
being
as
seeing
physical
another human
because-
being and say, this person came. So we had so many people come in, and then we had so many people vote. And she knows, but she doesn't know who voted for what. She doesn't know how it was voted. She knows that many people came in, and we have these many votes.
Gotcha.
And she knows it physically, because she keeps freaking redundancy of 3 different things. She knows when they come in, she knows when they leave, and she knows when the other thing is. And then she stays up late counting them.
So
Again,
what happens is, when you come in and you sign on, the machine's tallying that, but we also have to print off a label. And that label goes on to the sheet for that AM, and it goes along there, it's auditing. And then also, like this time, it went on with your paper ballot that you surrendered, and that's another label. So I made sure what the signatures there, those numbers matched what was on this paper here, and I have all these board workers. And then also go back to the box of the return of those ballots and count that number as well. And then what happens is when you go to the machine, you start off with your morning number, and that's the number, that number is what's, say the first day of early vote. Say it's, 29999. And on those machines, say there's 30 that voted that day on that machine only. That paper that I've had where they've signed in, that number has to match the number that's on the machine, and then come back here, and then that has to match what's in our machines here that we've put in that they came in this day. So prior to we had ADS, and so we would have to go in and put Sadie Sullivan came in this date, and then we had those reports as well. Now what happens is VOTEC is able to, when we get it in, that has a tally there. So that night report, which is another report I have to submit to the Secretary of State every single night, something that came through from one of the other clerks that's listening in, I appreciate that. There is a statute, and we do audit the actual ballots whenever we do the VVPAC audit. So there's another audit that we have to do, and I hope this is what she was referring to. If not, this is another audit we have. You have to select in our county, I believe it's 4 or 5 machines, random numbers of those machines. So what you have to do on the VVPACs, which is your paper that's printed off to the side that you guys don't get a touch, at the end of the elections, we have to go back and we have to count physically, like, it's a long piece. I don't know, are you guys familiar when it prints out who you voted and then it skips for a minute and then it finishes printing? So we have to count those numbers at the bottom of each thing. So I have to count 1 and then 2, 3, 4 and go through that whole roll of paper for that machine and do the VVPAC audit. And at the bottom of it, when we close out at the end of the elections, it's gonna say, 264 people voted on that machine. And then that number is truly 264 on the bottom of that long roll of your paper. And you physically have counted your vote, vote. So there is another audit trail that we do on that as well.
With all these intricate and rigorous checks and balances, how do dead people vote?
Well, that has not happened here in Lander County.
But it's happened.
Yeah, we're not saying within our own county, but we're looking at.
But do we know it truly did happen? I will tell you, here's an incident. This happened. It was a clerical error. Somebody was born in 1996. The person put in 1906. So when it came out on the reports, it looked like a person died. You know, a dead person had voted. When they went back and through, they found out that it was a person that literally was born in 1996, not 1906. So when they went in and put in their birthday, they put the wrong year in, which was a clerical human error. And so when it came out, they're like, how the hell did this person vote? You know, they're dead. They're born in 1906. When in fact, that person wasn't dead. It was a clerical error at the very beginning where the person that put in their information, and so that wasn't a machine. That was an actual, say I went in and I put my birthday as 1905, you know, instead of 1975. And so.
You remember Governor Jim Gibbons?
Yeah.
His mother voted in the last election, and she voted for a Democrat. That's a concern to me. My son, who died in '98, we get 4 mail-in ballots, 3 mail-in ballots. Last election. He's been dead since '98. So these anomalies happen, and that's why we are concerned. Under the threat of a felony, I have to sign a paper.
Right.
And I never had any problem until all of a sudden this came up, and I realized I have no representation once I sign that certification. And I want representation, and I think others do too.
And as well, that's the same with me. I'm right with you. It's my signature along with you guys as well on the canvas of votes.
If Homeland Security comes in here to do an audit, I feel that we have a right to representation while that's going on. That's my concern.
Department of Homeland Security that came in and audited our business machines in the clerk's office. That was the only thing they came in for. They were doing what they call a courtesy, and what they would do is they would simulate somebody trying to hack into our systems and find vulnerabilities, and then report back to us.
Well, I understand all that, but still, I want somebody that's going to represent us physically present. And it was an anomaly, is my understanding, that Homeland Security would physically come here and do that. That's the first time?
Yeah, there's in Lander County that I'm aware of.
Right.
Mark, do you happen to know, because of the elections and things that are going on and the involvement to where they are trying to make sure, not only does and maybe this isn't even a question for you, Mark, not only would Homeland Security come in and check our machines and make sure that they aren't able to get in and hack to the servers, they also will check the whole entire county to where our HR, you know, we don't want anybody to be able to hack in and get our socials and our driver's license. Our courts, because in courts there's Social Security, driver's license, DMV. And so Homeland Security can come in and they can test and make sure we don't have any loopholes as a county to make sure. And it's a good thing in my opinion, because we don't want somebody to come back and say, hey, I found out that you got my driver's license and social through Lander County, whether it be DMV, the courts,
Nobody
HR,
wants that.
myself.
Nobody wants that to happen.
Right.
We just want representation. That's all we're asking for as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
The question that I have is, I just want to make sure that I understand what everybody wants. The optics on this whole company that's in question is poor, in my opinion. Whether this company was bad or not doesn't really matter anymore.
Right.
Because there's enough dirt on it to go ahead and go with Toyota because Honda sucks now.
Right.
So, in my opinion, I understand completely. And as far as anomalies that you're speaking of, sir, those are unacceptable.
What's unacceptable?
Anomalies that you got, multiple whatever, ballots. It's absolutely unacceptable as far as I'm concerned.
It goes on all the time. And not necessarily in Lander County. The mail-in ballots that we got were, honey, they were from Washoe County. Washoe County. But my son's been dead since '98. You think that they'd catch up to that?
If it would happen to me, sir, I would be in the same boat as you. I'd be just as worried. And what I would propose is that whatever you guys decide to do, get in neck deep in this and find out exactly how everything works.
Right.
So you
Well,
know,
that's what we're trying to do.
So you know exactly from A to B how this happens. And so you're like, oh, well, that happened because of this, because you already know how it happened.
Also, before Peggy has her comment, on that, vital statistics, they send a report over to us daily. And so, whether we get it a couple days, a week, there's times that it slipped through the cracks. If you've lived here and you've moved to another state, not all states are connected for the area. I believe that's the correct thing, and I'll have to have Mark tell you if you have questions on it. But we're trying to get all the states to join us so that if I move to another state and I'm still registered here and I've passed away in that other state, if they aren't linked, and say the ballots have gone out, and that state hasn't notified the neighboring state, any state, whatever have you, you stay on those rolls for 2 years, and I may need to be corrected on that as well, 2 general elections, to where you're still on that roll unless a family member or somebody catches it or somebody that knows you, if it doesn't come through. So I'll tell the girls, watch the paper. If you see something, if you know something, people know different people, even though it's still a small town, people are moving in. And so that way we can have it and show proof of it. And when we go delete them out, we have, whether it's vital statistics, per, so-and-so, and then we find, now online, there's not near the obituaries that come in through Harry, it's more online. And so we'll print that and place that with it. And so, it's very hard. It's a very disheartening thing. And what happened too during this last election, one of the parties was going around and they did have it, like Art had said, him and his son have the same name. This gentleman, him and his father, but there was one initial different. And so they were calling him and saying, hey. And so I heard it through the grapevine and I called him and I said, I've been told that you feel that your dad is on the list and, let me pull it up. And so I was able to pull him up and said, this is when we've taken him out of the system. I know your mom passed shortly before that or after that. Are you okay with me pulling it up and giving you when we canceled her out as well? And so it's a communication thing and to go to that department of questions or anything like that and to help and work together to make sure. Also, before there's a list that we have to print, at the beginning, I will have my staff look over and see if there's any names that are recognized on there that shouldn't be on there that's been deceased. I also send one to Gail in Austin. She works with the elections for me down there, and Gail will go over through the list for the southern end and see if there's somebody, whether they've moved. We have audits that they've moved out of county, out of state. Other addresses within the county, so there's other reports that we do on that as well, and so there's a lot of different checks and balances.
That I'm currently working on.
Yeah.
In the ERIC report. Also on the people that have died, so if we send out a ballot and they're still alive, and they come in, because there's 2 weeks early vote, and they come in and they vote, or whatever, and say they pass away the next day, that vote still counts.
Right.
So if they go back and look, oh, this person's
Yeah,
deceased,
exactly.
they voted.
Yes.
Well, they legitimately did vote, and their vote does still get a count.
Right, exactly.
So that
Which
kind
And
of.
that was something that did get brought up during this last election is, does their vote count? And so, of course, you want to make sure legally, personally, you would hope like hell, of course it did, because they did vote it. I've had where a couple that had been getting absentees forever, he signed for her ballot, he signed for hers, the signatures didn't match because, of course, the loops weren't the same or right or, whatever have you. And so then we did reach out to them and they got it, re-signed for the proper. And so there's just several things that we can do, and we reach out and do the best that we can.
So my question is, we all want representation if something's going on. How do we get it?
Well, I think that's what I'd like to see is you to provide 3 different options as far as paper ballots,
Okay.
other than Dominion, that we could learn a little bit more about.
I'd like to build, I would like to build an exemplary voting system is what I would like to do.
Would this include, like different tabulating machines too then? Are you
Yes,
comfortable with that?
whatever our clerk, I mean, she's the elected official, right, in that department, and it's just, I think
But I
we're
mean, is
all
that-
on the same
is that what
page,
you
we wanna.
want?
Yeah, because in ENS, there's a tabulating, they're that same thing, they're
So are
tabulating.
you just talking about paper ballots and tabulators, not electronic machine?
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in electronic machines.
Okay,
Just the tabulators.
I just wanted to.
Right, to clarify,
Yeah.
yeah. So you're, just to make it clear, like Ted said, you as a board, or like you made the comment, you're not interested in any electronic digital voting device whatsoever. So
No.
when we go to reach out and get 3 companies to come and do a demonstration,
Yes.
get their quotes, whatever, you're wanting to make sure that it's all paper, but it can be tabulated
Yes.
through electronic. You're okay with that? You just don't want the voting on a
Well, I,
machine.
He doesn't want a machine at all. He wants paper, goes in the tabulator and gets sent out.
And
okay,
you guys would probably like tabulated machines looked at as well, and the options of them presented as well. I'm
Well,
just saying-
absolutely, I figured if
Company
you
would
found a
have-
paper system, that they
their
would
own.
have a tabulator, I would assume that they would recommend or something, yeah.
Yeah,
But
that
yes,
would be of
if
their
not,
company.
then yes, I'd like some options for tabulators as well, just to look at.
I'm not so sure I want to give up the electronic voting right off the bat though. I mean, I know I don't want Dominion, and
Okay.
I think we're together on that one. But, we'd have to vet the other companies. I mean, I don't know what kind of, history and reputation they have, of whether we might be able to trust some of those. Are you all giving up on electronic machines totally?
I don't have
This is what I find interesting, and this is just my personal question and thoughts and whatever have you, is that we had a party that was so against the paper, which I am of that party, and then all of a sudden now it's all about paper, paper, paper. And so I guess I understand where it's coming from, but then on the other hand, I just don't. It's I know when I go and I vote on those machines and I verify my paper ballot that's printed out over here. I shouldn't say ballot, paper receipt, paper enclosed, whatever it is. I trust in that. And so anyway.
See, and we're saying we don't, because,
Right.
because, I mean,
Right.
that's fine for this, but something has happened in between, so.
Yeah.
Do we, since we're gonna do some more investigation and such, do we still want to terminate Dominion today, or wait?
Yeah, that's the next one. If that's the approach, whatever approach you take in 15 is going to flow into number 6 there.
So do we need to make a motion for 15, or is it just?
I would suggest you make a motion, asking Sadie what you want her to bring in front of you.
So I do have a question, just add, sorry, I totally cut you off.
Oh, no,
Were
that's
you
all-
done?
That's all right, Sadie.
Okay, so anyway, just a question that's been sent over to me. Would you be interested in having Dominion come in person and question some things, or ask them, or, that way maybe some of the things would be answered? I mean, I'm just throwing that out there.
No,
I don't have any interest.
I either,
So I just wanted to ask and put that out there.
okay, well, thank you.
So since, 15 isn't actionable, right? Because
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah. So
Oh, there is, down here
I
further,
would
I'm sorry,
suggest
I'm
you
sorry.
you
It's
make
down
a
the bottom.
motion.
So how should I phrase it to be?
Well, if Patsy she has an interest in electronic
Right.
machines. You have an interest in,
Paper
in
ballots.
paper ballots. So a suggestion would be, I make a motion to have the county clerk bring a list of 3 companies that do paper ballots, and then 3 separate companies that do electronic ballots
Tabulation.
that aren't part of the,
Yeah, so
something like that.
I'll make a motion stating that exactly. Thank you, Ted.
I'll second it.
All right, so Brian made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
So we do have, public comment, and I know that for the sake of time, Ms. Corey Warwood said that she would like to see this tabled so she could, have some say in her votes that she's, needs more information, would like a town hall. I think most of the community, including myself, are still pretty confused by what is considered paper and what is considered electronic,
Yeah,
and how they're
exactly.
counted, and what really does take place in the middle of it. So
Okay, let me ask,
I'm just making that comment for Ms. Corey.
But this motion
I know that.
contemplates that.
okay, now, do we need to make a motion that we have to, unallocate our funds that we had for Dominion?
60.
Yeah, we have different items for that. And then we do have
Because I
a
have
Dora
to leave,
on
I'm
the
sorry.
line that would like to comment as well.
Okay, so on 15, we haven't made a decision, she's gonna bring back on both sides, information for both, paper and electronic, or is it just?
No, it was just paper. It was what the
paper?
motion was for,
Okay,
right?
well, I was just making sure.
No, there was,
There's a little bit of confusion.
Yeah, it's the paper and then the
Three for-
different,
there were
tabulation
There were
machines.
3 for paper tabulation, and then 3 companies for electronic that.
Also, okay, so yeah, just bring us back some
So that was
options.
the motion,
That was the motion?
yeah.
Okay.
You made it.
So
Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so now what
So
do we
did
do?
you guys vote on it?
Yeah, we all.
Yeah, we voted, it
So
passed.
yeah, the motion was 3
Okay.
to 3.
So
Okay,
3
so-
paper form of, methods and then 3
With tabulators.
yeah.
Okay, so my question, those 3 companies for the paper and the tabulators could also, are you good with it being the same 3 with the actual electronic
As long as
voting?
it's not Dominion.
Yeah, as long
And
as it's
so
not-
I guess I wanna make clear, I don't need to bring 6
You don't need
companies
6
to us, right? I can do 3.
Yeah, you don't need
If they
6.
do both, if they
Yeah.
handle both.
Right,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so like they give us the option of how we wanna do it type thing, yeah.
right.
I'm fine with that.
All right, Ms. Dora's been waiting very
Okay,
patiently.
go ahead.
Dora?
Hello, good afternoon. Could you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I have a public comment. My name is Dora Martinez. I represent the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. I'm one of the activists. And I have a public comment, one public comment from my friend who couldn't be here because he has to do medical appointment. My son will read it, hang on, and then I'll come back real quick.
I don't,
We can't hear you, so,
She went to get her son.
Alrighty, so the comment says, I'm writing to you to share how important the NVE's online voting system has been to me during the COVID-19 pandemic as a Nevada resident with a disability. I am totally blind and I have been voting completely independently since 2004 using the audio ballot capability included in the electronic voting machines at my voting precinct. And I have done so with great pride and joy. Last year, access to NVEs for Nevada residents with disabilities due to the pandemic allowed me to vote in 2 consequential elections from home using my iPhone and my refreshable braille display, 2 pieces of technology I use daily, without having to worry about transportation to a reduced number of polling places, not to mention possible exposure to COVID-19. I was able to successfully fill out and submit my ballot without any sighted assistance and with relatively few technical issues, and was again proud and excited to do so. Having had such a positive experience using NVEs to vote, I feel that even under post-COVID circumstances, it is vital that Nevadans with disabilities continue to have permanent access to this important voting option. As we now have by law with the passage of AB 121, so that all Nevadans with disabilities can continue to vote independently, securely, and conveniently as I was able to do last year, along with members of the military and other Americans overseas, without having to find assistance, worry about transportation to the polls, or apply for a paper absentee ballot. the last of which often requires the assistance of others and is therefore not private for a person with a visual impairment or other disability. Since access to NVEs for Nevadans with disability is now granted by law, this access should remain regardless of location in the state of Nevada and regardless of the possibility that an area with a small overall population may not currently have residents with disabilities. The law requires that the NVE system should be available for Nevadans with disabilities whenever and wherever the need arises. I appreciate your consideration of my message and your consideration of the continued benefits of NVEs as a permanent voting option for Nevada residents with disabilities. Sincerely, Janine Morse.
So this is Dora Martinez again. I will send this to you in an email format, but we just want to remind you all that the HAVA, which is the Help American Vote Act that passed 2002 with George Awesome W. Bush, and it's a federal law, 52 U.S., and it was amended to 52 U.S. with the Social Health and Welfare. You all could, Google that and check that out. Along with the ADA 504, Rehab Act of 1973 are allowing people with disability to vote, regardless whether you all want complete paper form ballot or not. It needs to be accessible. And our past experience, when my husband went to vote in person, some of the volunteers did not know how to turn on the computer to speak to my husband using the outspeech features in their own computer. So they had to read it out loud. There is no integrity and privacy of voting in that manner. Everybody knew in the room who he voted for. They heard his social security number. So with this in mind, the Nevada Electronic Absentee System for Elections, acronym NVEs, is now a law. It passed 81st session. So please don't forget to add that into your procedures, because it is a law. And if you do decide to use some of those voting machines, consult people with disability, because we know which machine is compatible with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Not all of them are. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sadie Salvin, for the record, I appreciate just a minute. I appreciate them speaking up. Excuse me. We take for granted as individuals, us that sit here today are not wheelchair bound, blind, hard to get to voting locations, want to be heard. Excuse me. They have equal rights to us. At any time, any of us in this room and voters, we're not guaranteed. Sorry. For something to come upon us, for us to lose disability of anything, to lose our eyesight, anything whatsoever. And these are federal laws, and they do need to be followed. And we, as a county and as a county clerk, need to respect those people as equally as they want to respect us, and they do respect us. And I appreciate them calling in, because I do feel that at times myself and other people, we get sidetracked of whether we feel we know everything, whether we feel we may understand everything, but to not have lived what they've lived through, whether it's through, being born that way or something happening, they have that right, and we need to follow that. And I very much appreciate them speaking up You know, it's a lesson for us and it's a reminder because we take too many things for granted.
Yeah, I wouldn't think, Sadie, that we as a commission board would do anything outside of the scope of NRS and federal law. I mean, we're gonna operate within the scope of the law, so.
So whatever
I do
extra.
appreciate.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
We, as a board, we jumped right on ADA with sidewalks. So, and you have a commissioner on the board, spent 31 years teaching special ed. Do you think for 1 second I would ignore ADA? Do you?
Well, and what's happening on no, I do not.
Okay then.
With the E's, they will have electronic. We will have electronic, provided by the it's a federal law. So when you state, if you wanna go all paper, there is that exception, and that's what they're stating and saying.
Oh, no.
Please don't forget us,
No,
and so,
absolutely not.
you know, I want you guys to know that we have to,
Hey, guys, I don't mean to be rude, but we do have other people that are here for this, in this meeting that need to present so they
Right.
can move on. They have other obligations and we're kind of dragging this one on.
So, yeah, no, not at any time would that be overlooked.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sadie.
Yeah. So are we ready to go on to 16?
Commissioner, considering your determination, your motion in 15, you need to do 16, and then you can table 17 and 18 until the county
come
clerk,
back, okay.
so Sadie comes back with the information on 15, and then you can put those two back on.
Okay,
Okay, so.
all right.
We're tabling
17 and 18.
17 and 18.
And Sadie, how long are you gonna need for that? I should,
I need to make some phone calls
Will
and
you
I
let
can
us
touch
know?
base with you,
Will
yeah,
you-
cause
yeah.
I'm not quite for sure of the week kind of when they can come.
okay, just let us know.
Okay, so 17 and 18,
We're
to make the
tabling.
record clear, or
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so, for 16, for discussion and possible action on whether to terminate the voting system agreement by and between Dominion Voting System Incorporated and Lander County, Nevada, dated October 17th, 2017 pursuant to section 15.2 of the agreement, which provides that such may be terminated for non-appropriation of funds. Upon any action to terminate the agreement, Lander County Clerk must undertake efforts to preserve any and all election information stored on any electronic voting machines subject to the agreement, so the same can be preserved and accessible as required under law without the use of the software license under the agreement, and therefore timely notify Dominion of termination under the agreement prior to expiration of the current license. So how, if we terminate that, are we able to safely preserve that information if we're no longer under contract with them for that software?
Stay stasis. It would have to stay static. That information would have to stay static until the end of the 22 months in which we have to keep it. After that,
So what is that? I don't know what you're saying.
Sadie Solomon, Lander County Clerk, I do have, I believe, if Mark's still on the line, and then also Kay with Dominion. Can you help answer that question so we're not speaking out of turn? On Commissioner Ancho had asked,
How do we continue to safeguard that information, bless you, for the time needed if we're not under contract? How are we able to?
so those machines are Lander County, is my understanding correct?
That's my understanding from legally.
Yeah.
Software, but the machines, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, so Mark, are you there by chance?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so to answer your question, that information would stay on those machines because those are our machines as Lander County. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just as long as that, once we terminate, if we have to get back on there, are we able to get back on there? If we had to, if there was some type of audit that said, okay, we needed the information off those, are we able to access them if we no longer have the computer
That's a different question. What I believe, Sadie has to keep those for 22 months. That-
22 months.
And that's all we're really concerned with now. As long as, if we're terminating the contract, if you guys approve that, by not allocating the funds. But you're gonna have to keep the data on those machines.
Right, it
nevertheless.
stays put.
Whether you,
Okay, it just stays with the machines, okay.
whether you make mirror copies of them or keep the data on the machines.
It just stays on, correct.
However, right? We
Correct.
just wanna make sure, I believe we just wanna make sure that we're not preventing you from following state law, Sadie.
So it stays on the machines, from my understanding. And then also we have the additional thumb drive that has the same information as well.
Okay.
And then we have the paper, so we have it in 3 areas, if that helps.
Right.
Well, my idea on this, why sell your car before you buy a new one if you need it to go to work? So why should we get rid of Dominion before we find something else to replace them?
Because we should have plenty of time before another
Yeah,
election.
I hope.
We got plenty of time.
So you do have, Sadie Sullivan for the record, you'll be having filings in March, and then we're already, as soon as those filings close, we start immediately working with the company to be able to create. So we
Doesn't
hope,
that make sense?
we hope.
Makes sense to me.
Commissioner, that part of the last motion was to get information that were non-Dominion machines in anticipation of this one. So, to keep the car before you know, is, I don't know if the analogy fits.
Unless, I think that maybe he might be, if I'm not speaking out of turn, if we're not able to get what we need before the next election, and we're sitting hanging out, as long as we have plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time.
Would there be any reason we couldn't
Okay.
re-engage?
Okay, all right.
And there's no reason we can't re-engage
Oh.
a new contract with Dominion,
Okay.
one authorized by the commissioners.
Okay.
So there's no problem with you maintaining the data that you need, right? Okay.
Someone who wants to make a motion on this one?
Yeah, I mean, we're done with discussion of public comment.
Do anybody else in?
I'll do public comment, 'cause I don't know if this is the right place for it. This is kind of confusing at this point. Couple of comments, Amy Nelson. I appreciate what you said about we all want the same thing, we all want voter integrity, we all want to make sure, I want to make sure as a Lander County resident that my vote counted. I'm very disenfranchised based on what I'm investigating and researching, based on what Seth Keshel's been bringing forward, Dr. Shiva's been bringing forward, the stuff in Arizona, which I heard is the least corrupt of the 6 states that are in question. Lander County, I have total faith in you guys. I don't have any faith in the machines that were used to transmit the data based on what's happening in the other states. I want a full forensic audit of Lander County, and I want to make sure whatever's happening with those machines, breaking the contract doesn't mess that up. Does that make sense? I think Lander County must do a full forensic audit because I am disenfranchised as a voter, and I am amongst the majority of this community that I talk to. Are there people that think there was nothing wrong? Yes. The majority of us believe that our votes were negated, and that's unacceptable.
So you're saying a forensic audit based on the fact of?
That we use these Dominion machines, and they've been shown to have corruption.
This public comment is based on the agenda that's opening, not based on things that have been, you can make public comment about a forensic audit
I don't want to,
at a later time.
but if we break the license, if we break our contract, I want to be assured that we can still access those
They've already
machines.
answered that question.
They already said
Okay.
that we still have that,
Yeah,
because she has to have it.
I know, I still don't trust any of
I
them.
know, but you can't bring up forensic audit in this
I
agenda.
can't in this, well, I was wondering where it
You
fit.
have to on,
When we come up next month.
no,
In
you
2
can
weeks.
do it today, but on
Under
things that
public
aren't agendized. public comment on items.
I just, when you're saying you're gonna release the contract with Dominion, I'm all for that 100%. I just wanna make sure it doesn't jeopardize our ability to go back later.
That's why my question was to that.
That was a good
just
question, but I
curious.
still don't, I wanna hear a few times, 'cause I don't trust any of these machines. Sorry, Ted.
No, you're fine. Just, we have to do it right.
So do we have any other questions?
Now you see what it was like at school with her.
Oh, hey!
She left.
I can tell you stories about him too.
Any other public comment?
Okay, ready for a motion? I'll make a motion that we terminate the voting system agreement by and between Dominion Voting Systems Inc. and Lander County, Nevada, dated October 17th, 2017, pursuant to section 15.2 of the agreement, which provides that such may be terminated for non-appropriation of funds.
Second. I'll second that.
Okay, so Brian made the motion, Art second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we're tabling 17 and 18, correct?
Say 19.
Thank you very much, Sadie.
And 18 would be tabled until the time set for Sadie to make the presentation on the.
All right, thank you very much, you guys, for all your information. All right, so we're gonna move on to 19, Nevada Department of Wildlife, presentation by Nevada Department of Wildlife Endow on solar farms.
Bert?
Thank you guys for your patience and sitting through this.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have
This-
to wait and go hunting tomorrow, huh?
Yes, this is, so
I
Commissioner
asked for
Clark
this.
actually requested
Yeah.
this.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and I do have some slides. Is there, this computer?
You're in down now, Unger?
You bet. I just changed it back.
I'm driving this too.
I'm gonna be so pissed. They have pictures of all the birds that have been killed by solar farms, and we agreed to give them water, build that one out there. They didn't tell us anything about the environmental impact. I thought the solar farms were cool. No, they're hot.
And then how do I control it? Should I sit over here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make sure it's connected because he doesn't want to play right now.
You are cute. Looks super
Thanks, everyone. I apologize for taking more time. I think you all have been here for quite a long time today. Okay. Okay, looks like we're up and running, so thank you. Thanks everyone for allowing us to come today and talk to you a little bit about energy planning and how it relates to Lander County and moving forward with energy development in the future. My name is Jasmine Kleiber. I'm with Nevada Department of Wildlife. I'm in our Habitat Division and I oversee our technical review program as well as our energy planning and conservation program for the department across the state. I'll be discussing today some things to our energy planning and how the department approaches energy planning and wildlife resources across the state. The hope is that I can help you guys illustrate a little bit in how we collaborate in renewable energy development now that's in a comprehensive and inclusive way. So as we're all pretty well aware, we've seen some pretty significant shifts in different priorities for renewable energy and sustainable energy development over the last decade or so. We've seen new legislation, we've seen changes to existing legislation, as well as the development of some new approaches for how we plan for energy development. These approaches are typically geared toward being more inclusive, more collaborative, more comprehensive, and starting earlier. And so when I say inclusive, collaborative, comprehensive, that's really speaking to having more stakeholders involved, representing the different interested parties, trying to do this in a more sustainable way. I'll also discuss today a little bit about where our energy stands now in Nevada, and I'll walk through a little bit of an assessment, an example assessment for how we plan for energy development. So I mentioned that we've had some momentum and some changes and push toward renewable energy, sustainable energy development. This is happening at all scales right now. So we see this occurring national level with Energy Policy Act in 2005 establishing West-wide energy corridors. BLM had a pretty significant effort back in 2012 for energy development in southwestern states that included Nevada among 6 different states they analyzed. We've seen presidential executive orders during the last administration as well as this administration trying to promote energy infrastructure and economic development and tackling climate change. At a statewide level, we've also seen legislation. Most recently, in 2019, we saw a couple of Senate bills passed that tried to address reporting on greenhouse gas emissions and improve our climate standards. We've also had executive orders that are geared toward improving our renewable energy portfolio in Nevada. We've started participating in what's called Smart from the Start energy planning across the state with multiple stakeholders, federal agencies, state agencies, interested parties, private landowners, energy developers. And then we've had some changes made to, an establishment of and changes made to the state's climate strategy. Among all of that, we're starting to see large-scale infrastructure projects too, including 2 transmission line projects that cover the expanse of Nevada with the Green Link transmission lines in northern Nevada and western Nevada. We have 5 solar energy zones established under that BLM effort in the 6 southwestern states, 5 of them just in Nevada alone. Most of those are situated in southern Nevada right now. And then I mentioned the West-wide energy corridors. Those were established under the Energy Policy Act in 2005, but they cover different areas of Nevada as well in the entirety of the western states. So we have transmission lines, we have solar energy zones, we have this push to improve what we're doing with renewable energy. And now more specifically, we kind of fall within both national and statewide efforts. We have had legislation passed that has established energy planning and conservation review program. That's nested under our technical review program, and we primarily operate within that when we're talking about energy development. We participate in the Smart from the Start energy program or energy planning along with multiple other stakeholders across the state. We also participate in Solar Wildlife Work Group with Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So I mentioned that we've embarked on this path in Nevada to shift our energy portfolio, and that's been done through a conglomeration of those items I just mentioned. We've had legislation, executive orders, and then these efforts to plan more comprehensively, and an update to our state climate strategy. When I say update, we had previous goals for where our renewable portfolio would stand, how much energy the state wanted to have developed through renewable sources. And with executive order in 2019, we updated what those standards look like. And so right now we have 3 targets. One coming up soonest is 2025, and the goal is to have 28% of Nevada's energy developed from renewable sources. Right now we're not quite on track to meet that. We're going to be shy about 2 to 3% or so. But then by 2030, the expectation is that Nevada be 45% renewable energy, and then reaching 100% renewable energy by 2050, so in a little less than 30 years. So where Nevada's energy stands right now is that as of 2019, we got about 85% of our energy imported from out of state. It was not generated here. That was the case despite the fact that Nevada ranks 2nd in the nation for the amount of renewable energy that is generated from geothermal and fourth in the amount of energy that is generated from solar facilities across the state. We currently only have one wind farm that's actively operating. That's Spring Valley Wind just outside of Ely, though we have seen other applications for wind energy. Another commonly used energy source is natural gas, and almost all of our natural gas gets developed and imported from out of state at this time. Solar facilities, we have about 36 active solar facilities that are currently operational in this state, with applications coming in every single day for potential additional facilities. So 2020, about 30% of our energy in Nevada came from renewable energies, with about 14% of that coming from solar, about 10% coming from geothermal, 6% coming from hydroelectric, including Hoover Dam down south. The majority of the energy developed or generated from Hoover Dam goes to Arizona, with only a small fraction of that coming into Nevada. So now I mentioned this idea of the smart from the start energy planning, and what we're seeing now is this big push, this momentum to plan more smartly, to plan more comprehensively, more inclusively, to address concerns while supporting energy development and economic development. And this idea of smart from the start is really trying to capture this effort, this momentum, and it does so through prioritizing and identifying areas where there are lower impacts to the collective resources. It also is attempting to incentivize where renewable energy facilities are being sited so that they're sited more strategically in areas where you're not going to have as many resource conflicts. The idea is also to identify opportunities or constraints that might exist for renewable energy. And a constraint might be the distance to the nearest substation or transmission lines. So trying to factor in both resource information with what's viable for renewable energy development. Also trying to improve planning capacity and tools. With increased number of folks participating, you're going to have additional perspective, you're going to have additional expertise that gets factored into the planning process. And through this kind of an approach, it's providing another avenue for additional planning on transmission and capacity needs. A main component of this, like I mentioned, is to incorporate information on different resources like natural resources, cultural resources, wildlife information into long-term energy planning, while promoting that idea of interagency and stakeholder coordination. It's only going to work if we have more voices, more expertise factored into this as early in the process as possible. And allow for the pursuit of mechanisms that both protect these resources of concern as well as support energy development and economic development. And that can be done through a lot of different mechanisms, including policies, regulations, potential mitigation opportunities, programs that are specific to energy development, or other additional types of investments. So in order to actually get all of this done, it's going to need participation. It's going to need participation by all of those stakeholders, those federal agencies, those state agencies, those interested landowners, energy developers, everybody. And participation, it can be accomplished through a lot of different avenues. Some of the more common ones that we participate through and that we're aware of are through the standard stakeholder engagement, those kind of opportunities where there's a town hall meeting or some other open forum to discuss opportunities. Also through the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. When a project is occurring in Nevada, it's likely occurring on public land. Nevada is more than 86% public lands. So our federal partners, BLM, Forest Service, are going to be aware of projects, and these projects are going to be subject to the NEPA process. And NEPA mandates that the public have opportunities to participate in the planning. And they can do so as we do, such as a cooperating agency where we have special expertise in wildlife resources, or through the scoping or public comment periods that occur throughout the project planning in NEPA. Also through the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, which goes through the NEPA process and has opportunities for public participation. Additional ways that we participate are through Nevada revised statutes. We have mandates as the Department of Wildlife that we participate in these types of projects. And then through policies that are set forth by our Board of Wildlife Commissioners too, that say you will participate in these projects, you will speak to mitigation, you will speak to the wildlife resources that occur there. And this is not unsimilar to how the county commission might participate in processes too. You guys may be working through policies that you have in place to participate with BLM when projects are proposed, or sitting down at stakeholder meetings with the energy developers or potential energy developers that might come. And so these are avenues that are key, absolutely key in energy planning as early as possible. The prime way that we do our work when we're talking about energy development in Nevada is through our technical review program and energy planning and conservation program. Those all primarily work through that NEPA process. And so we'll reach out to federal partners and we'll say, hey, we've learned that this project is occurring and we would like to be a cooperating agency to provide feedback that we have on where these resources occur, to provide feedback on where there might be conflicts with T&Es or threatened and endangered species, or where a facility might be better suited to be placed on the ground. And so we try our best to provide as much feedback through an internal assessment that identifies constraints and effective resources. That's the same item as in SMART from the start planning, or to prioritize lower impact areas, siting of energy facilities. And then we work to collaborate to provide that targeted feedback on what those affected resources are, and provide recommendations for where a facility might be better sited, or transmission line alignments, or how to avoid resource conflicts or minimize those conflicts. And then as a last resort, if there are still going to be impacts to those affected resources, what can be done about those through potential mitigation. And so to actually visualize, and I apologize, the screens hopefully will display what I was trying to capture here, but I wanted to provide an example of that kind of rough assessment, so visualize what the process looks like when we're planning through this kind of SMART from the start approach. We typically start at a large scale, and in this case I used the entirety of Lander County. Generally, the size of an area is going to be defined as something as a project on the landscape, like a solar facility that's being proposed. In this case, I opted for the whole county because I think it'll show pretty well what we're getting at. The next step in the process is to collaborate, is to bring in as many interested folks, as many folks with special expertise in resources or land ownerships as possible, to get that feedback, to get that information early. And often we reach out to landowners who might be affected. State, local, regional governments, tribal entities, the federal agencies are generally already involved at that point. Agricultural interests, energy developers, other conservation partners. In our case, we work a lot with wildlife-related conservation partners or landscape conservation partners. But we bring everybody into the initial planning stages so that we can start gathering that information and opening up the dialogue. It's really key when talking about energy planning, simply because we want, as a whole, to be as transparent as possible and to make this planning process as robust as possible. So once we've identified all of the key players, we then work toward identifying constraints or affected resources, and that can be, like I mentioned earlier, limitations on infrastructure. Maybe there is no transmission that's nearby that could make this readily viable. We also try to identify critical wildlife habitat or restrictions on land ownership, such as wilderness areas or cultural resource sites. And so what you see here, Lander County again, and we have the major transportation routes with the highways, and then I don't think you can see this that well, but there in a light blue kind of hashed line are the existing transmission lines, power lines, and then that bright yellow are those west-wide energy corridors that have already been analyzed and established under that Energy Policy Act of 2005. And so you're trying to identify what's available. So if you look at the center part of Lander County, there's not much. We have a state highway. So there are some constraints. There are no transmission lines available for a solar facility to go in and generate power and get that power back to the main grid. We'd then take a look at some other resources. In this case, this is wildlife resources. What you see in the pink are sage-grouse habitat. The blue is a combination of our big game species, so pronghorn, mule deer, and bighorn sheep, and that's all merged together. The blue dots are springs and sites where there have been identified spring snails, and then the red dots are actual sage-grouse lek sites where they go during breeding season to display and courtship. And so overlaid with transportation, you can see the highways pretty well on that, but you can see that just those species that are identified on this map, they cover almost the entire county. And so at that point, we try to pull it all together with the hopes of identifying areas that might jump out as being suitable areas where we don't have all of those species located and no transmission lines. That would potentially be a pretty poor area because the infrastructures wouldn't be there, and we would have too many resource conflicts from a wildlife perspective. Please keep in mind this is just a snapshot. This does not include all of the other data sets that might be incorporated, such as cultural resource sites or wilderness areas or other potential information that you might want to know or have at the table when looking at these. It also doesn't include right here where the private lands are versus where the public lands are. And so all of those things are things that we would want to incorporate when we sat down at the table with everybody. But when we look a little further, I've got a red circle here where going through this preliminary assessment, taking a look at where we have the fewest resource concerns, looking at the data that I pulled together with viable opportunity for both transportation routes and transmission lines. And so we'll zoom into this area to take a look a little bit more closely. You can barely see West-Wide Energy Corridor and a transmission line up in the top northwest corner. But what we're seeing in this particular area, northwest of Lander County, just southwest of Battle Mountain here, we have a mine. That's what you can see, and I'm sorry I don't have, maybe the cursor will, yeah. So right toward the center of that circle, there's an actual mine site there. And then you'll see there's this area that's not covered by any wildlife right now, but it is pretty close in proximity to this transmission line here. And this is what we'd typically be looking for. So all of that stakeholder engagement, all of that looking at the different resource data, the different transportation, transmission line data, talking to people, ultimately would hopefully come to some kind of this result, where you can identify an area where there are fewer resource concerns, but there are also the infrastructure that's needed for planning. And we've seen this actually work pretty well on the landscape with solar facilities in Nevada, most notably in southern Nevada. And that's primarily because the majority of what we see for solar facilities in Nevada have historically occurred in southern Nevada. We've coordinated very closely along with a lot of other entities with BLM, with solar developers to try to identify areas just like that. And that's really what the goal would be, is to try to identify areas where you're gonna meet all the needs for the developer and for other interested stakeholders. And so I realized that was a lot, and I'm happy to provide this presentation again. I can send it over afterwards. But that's the goal. And we have started seeing an increase in the number of solar facilities that are being proposed on the landscape in northern Nevada. We've only seen one application come through in Lander County for solar so far, but that's not to say that that's not going to change. Overall, in the last 2 years, we've seen about 150% increase in the number of renewable energy project applications just to our program at NDOW, and we don't anticipate that to change anytime in the near future.
The transmission lines you're talking about, that's not part of Greenlink though.
Greenlink right now, the only project so Greenlink I mentioned has two major projects. There's the Greenlink North and there's the Greenlink West. Greenlink North, contrary to how it sounds, it is in northern Nevada, but it runs east-west. So that will run basically from just outside Ely all the way to Reno. And that one hasn't actually, that project has not been initiated yet.
From Vegas to Ely, from Ely to Yerington, from Yerington
Not really, but in essence, yes, it's going to be connecting east out in Ely to west and west to south.
Well, I was told at the SULOC meeting, last SULOC meeting, Green Lake goes from Vegas to Ely, Ely to Yarrington, Yarrington to Vegas.
So what's,
And what I was curious about, I said, oh, well, everything goes to Vegas. None of the energy goes to Nevada. It goes to California.
and that is accurate. The majority of solar facilities that are in Nevada right now are in fact shipping that energy outside the state. Yeah. And almost all of the energy projects that we see application for at the department are coming from out of state.
Do you have any data on how many birds are killed by solar farms in Nevada?
We do, yes. We keep mortality records that get submitted to our programs that count exactly how many mortalities are observed, but they're not specific to birds. They do capture other species as well.
Right, but
Yeah.
is it monitored by NDOW?
Yes.
So the game warden here will monitor the
No.
solar?
So generally the way that that works is that a contractor, a third-party contractor will be hired by the energy facility, and they will be responsible for having qualified biologists come on site and conduct mortality surveys on a regularly scheduled basis. And then those surveys, that data gets sent back to NDOW.
My concern immediately for Lander County is the solar farm out there. Ducks and geese coming in the evening are gonna think that that's water, and they're gonna go land on that. Well, they're not gonna land. As they enter, they're gonna get fried.
And that's all dependent on what type of solar facility it is. Not all solar facilities will result in mortalities of that nature. We saw down in southern Nevada, there is a facility that's frying birds like that, and it's because it's concentrating the solar energy basically into beams that when a bird crosses through, the heat simply fries them.
Right.
But not all solar arrays operate that way. And so, but the concern that the birds are seeing the solar panels and reacting to it as if it's a body of water, there's a lot of research on that right now ongoing to determine if that is in fact a significant cause of mortality for bird species.
Especially in California. Thousands of migratory birds die. Well, that's why I wanted you guys to come, because I thought solar farms, I thought, hey, here we are. No, we're not.
It is a legitimate concern, wildlife mortality, absolutely. So we operate on this across the state on all types of renewable energy. We're always happy to answer further questions if you guys have them. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us. My contact info is here, and I oversee our energy planning conservation program along with a handful of other biologists, and we're happy to help if there are additional questions regarding any kind of renewable energy.
Were you at the last SWOC meeting?
I was not.
Because it seems like this is the same presentation that I saw there.
I was not.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I really do.
I think Art's chairing the meeting.
Yeah, you're chairing the meeting, Art.
Yeah. Okay. Item number 20, presentation by Nevada Department of Wildlife on their future plans in Lander County and possible action on whether to support their project. Nevada Department of Wildlife is not requesting any financial support.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Alan Janae. I'm the Habitat Division Administrator for Nevada Department of Wildlife. We wanted to take an opportunity to get in front of you guys and let you know about an opportunity that we've been informed of and been considering. And it has to do with the Licking Ranch here north of town. The current owner, Bob Mueller, has approached us and asked if we would be interested in acquiring that property. Looking at that ranch and knowing what that is, as many of you are aware, the wildlife values on that property are very high. And so we are very interested. We are coming to you today to try to hear your reaction to that possibility. Hopefully you like the possibility of NDOW acquiring that, and if so, maybe we could work together to try to get some support, because we will have to go in front of an interim finance committee, legislative committee, to get the approval to expend the funds to actually acquire.
Now, this is the whole River Ranch there? All Venerachi's old place?
And I,
Yeah, all that.
Yes, that's what Miller owns.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
All of Venerachi's?
Miller
So
owns all
if
of
NDOW gets it, then Tamara's won't be able to use
That
it.
was my question to Ron.
Yeah.
and so here is, we work all of our lands across the state, most everything that we own, we put to use. You look at the Franklin Lake, you look at Kirch, you look at Overton, Mason Valley. We not only lease farming rights on many of those properties, but we also lease grazing rights. And so if NDOW received that property, basically we would still continue to manage it as is right now. What we see has worked. We wouldn't want to come in and really mess with things. I think the haying operation and the grazing that are occurring on there are still providing huge benefits to wildlife. It's in great condition. And so there's still that opportunity for that traditional use.
If it became NDOW property, then it would be open for everyone, right?
We do have on various properties, we do have management. We can manage access, we can manage timing. Some properties, like where we have nesting and we've got active, nesting during certain seasons, we'll actually protect those areas so that we don't end up with, people walking dogs through an area where we may have, waterfowl chicks, that might be, harassed. But we can manage access. But yeah, the intent would be is to have that, available to the recreating public, both sportsmen hunting, but anybody that if we happen to have enough wet years in a row to provide the fishery down there, to provide that opportunity, but also to birders, to other folks that would just like to recreate on the property.
Would you be interested in, like, we formed a committee to plant birds out there for hunting or whatever?
Yeah, we have evaluated that on other properties as well. We have contemplated that. We've done some of it historically. Mason Valley used to have a program where we would raise pheasant, release pheasant type of scenario. That's another opportunity on the Humboldt River. There is that pheasant population in there, and there might be that opportunity to have that scenario. So I think it is. I think on all of our properties, we go through a planning process, and it's a public process. That as we acquire that property, we open up a planning process, invite everybody in, hear their comments, think about how to manage that property to the intent of what we're hearing from the public, but also trying to deliver that biological, intent of acquiring the property, come up with a plan, and, we manage it underneath that, and then we revise it, on an interval. So I think there's a lot of opportunity looking at it. The intent of Mueller when he bought that property, he bought it in 2005. He loved the conservation value. That's why he came to us, was to try to continue to carry forward that conservation value, that biology. And so it was nice to get that opportunity to even consider it. As I mentioned, if we get it, we would bring it in. We've got various wildlife management areas across the state. We would staff this, so we'd bring in another position, staff it here. Again, it would be managed for wildlife benefit, but also for recreation. I mean, we manage for, the recreating public and people to use it. So we'd be maintaining those historic use. One of the benefits that I often hear concern about from counties is that, what about our tax rolls? You know, what happens with the property, you know, the property taxes? NDOW is literally the only state agency that pays property tax. So we will continue to pay the property taxes on the property. So what you would see is pretty much what you have now. You'd see traditional uses, steal the haying, grazing operation, and we would continue to pay taxes. And we wouldn't build any houses or any infrastructure down in the floodplain. So.
Oh, there's already houses there.
Yeah, there's, exactly, yeah. And we would
You've been
try to
out
clean
there?
some of those, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would try to clean some of those up.
Well, I'd have to really, I'd have to think really hard about this, and I'd have to talk to the people involved before I would make any decision on this.
Well, I'd be interested in talking. You said you do it with some, you've done this similar thing elsewhere?
Oh, yeah.
Just maybe talking to some of those other people to see how it's worked and.
Yeah, I'd like to be at a meeting, I'd like to be at a meeting where the ranchers are there and, you know, see what you're gonna afford them. I don't wanna interrupt anybody's family operation.
Yeah, and there, you know, in certain scenarios, we've had, Franklin Lake was a scenario when we made that acquisition. There was a guarantee of grazing rights to a specific entity for a certain duration. And so those are the types of things that can happen. We just recently got Carson Lake and Pasture as a matter of transfer from Bureau of Reclamation. TCID has guaranteed grazing rights on that property until they refuse those
And how
rights.
does it work? So if you purchase it, you're purchasing the water rights that go with it as well?
That is, there are water rights that he has that'll come with that we would be acquiring as well. All rights and land.
They lease
Water
rights.
are
He leases
paramount.
rights from the county.
Yes, them are our water rights, just for clarification. Yes, so they lease them from us currently. And I believe in conversation, you guys said that that would continue as well.
That's exactly, you know, that leased water, we would love, that's what's providing that condition down there.
Yeah.
We'd love to continue to, you know,
Once they're gonna run a
3,000
county
acre feet?
operation, they're gonna have to have water.
It's a
yeah,
lot of water.
absolutely.
Yeah, I would,
Yeah.
I can't, I don't even wanna talk about it until the Tamaras are present and we see how it's gonna work out for them. Like I said, that's a lifelong family operation.
I mean, if it's a win-win, I like the idea, but it'd have to be a win-win, you know?
Yeah, it would have to be win-win.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, some of the conditions, I understand that there's a very good relationship between the Tamaras and Muellers. And if, you know, that was a scenario in which he wanted to, you know, establish that right, that could be written into the purchase and sale agreement.
I appreciate the comment.
You bet, no problem. You know, if you guys would like to, you know, try to set up another meeting with the Tamaras, we're gonna be reaching out to them right after this meeting. Because we wanted to come to you first, we didn't wanna get out in front of ourselves, so. But we can schedule a meeting with them to sit down and talk about this, but, yeah, we are hoping to get you guys' support on this acquisition, cause, you know, as we go forward, that involvement of the county and your consideration is gonna be big and paramount when we go to talk to the state legislature.
Thank you. Jack Robb for the record, Deputy Director of Nevada Department of Wildlife.
What was your name?
Jack Robb.
Okay.
The reason we chose today's meeting to come in front of you, it coincided with Jasmine's presentation, but it's also the timing that we have to get our requests going forward to the interim finance committee to ask for approval for this. So just let you know, we were hoping for support out of the board today. I understand some of the apprehension, but we are next week having to put in the paperwork to get on the agenda for the interim finance committee. So we are moving forward with the process. Sometime during that process, we can come back up if need be, or if you just want to agendize it and talk about it again, however it works out. But that's the support of this board would be very instrumental in us being able to get the support of the legislature to purchase this property.
What's the cost?
I'm-
What's-
It's appraised value, that's all we can pay is appraised value.
Yeah, and it's under a second appraisal, so at this time, we don't have a final cost, but it's, you know,
What was the initial?
it was up in that 1.5 million.
1.5 million?
For how many acres?
1.5 million for that?
1,500 acres, 1,550.
It sold for 8 million.
Without the water rights.
Well, there's, so there are water rights that are established with it that come, but you guys also have those
Maybe the county
other
should
major
buy it
rights.
first.
You can make a motion contingent on the Tamara's approval.
Yeah, I mean, that would.
There's no motion on this agenda item.
Just discussion.
Oh,
Just discussion.
And support, I think.
Yeah.
No, I think it does say and support.
No, it's a possible action to support, it's right there.
Oh, yeah, possible action. Well, if somebody wants to make a motion, I'm not going to.
And you can make a contingent on the Tamara's approval.
Yeah,
That's what your concern is, right?
yeah.
So you can make a motion to support contingent on Tamara's approval.
Ron, do you see any way how it would interrupt Tamara's, their business? I mean, you know what?
No, that's all right. Take my seat.
So Ron Unger for the record, friend of the Tamaras, and, yeah, that piece of property, these gentlemen are correct, Mr. Mueller bought it, and I believe when he bought the property, they wanted it also. So it was a joint deal there going on, but right now, as today stands, that is a vital piece of property for the hay, as the gentleman stated, and the grazing. They're quite dependent on that. As you know, this year, they were unable to put up any hay whatsoever, so it's gonna be used for pasture, is what it amounts to. And there is an agreement with Mr. Bob Mueller on that, and it has to do with the hay and stuff, so. I agree with you guys. I think the Tamaras need to be involved in this conversation. I understand exactly what the Department of Wildlife is trying to do, and they may come to an agreement with the Tamaras as long as they can use the grazing land and the hay, because that's what they're dependent on.
That's what they mainly use it for, is the grazing and.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that, I would,
Did Mr. Mueller speak with, I guess he's the property owner, right?
yeah.
Mueller's the property owner, and Tamaras have a lease agreement for the hay and the maintenance. They do all the maintenance on it. They put up the hay. They pay for a certain percentage of the hay. The rest goes for the maintenance type of a deal and the grazing.
I was just curious, cause, it sounded like we were negotiating, but I wasn't sure where the property owner had stood in
As
the
the property
negotiation,
owner, Bob can probably do what he wants to do.
Okay, well, I would make a motion to show, support to the Division of, Department of Wildlife, all contingent upon, Tamara's approval, yeah.
I don't wanna destroy an industry in Lander County.
No, I mean, if somebody's livelihood, I wouldn't do that.
If
We're not
Tamara's have to
making
approve
it
it,
contingent.
you're done.
Right.
And you're gonna speak with Tamara's directly after this meeting?
Yeah, and we've got to walk that line because it is the property owner that we're dealing with in the purchase and sale agreement, but he has a lease with the Tamaras, and so we'll be talking to Bob and then reaching out to Tamaras and trying to coordinate that discussion, and, but I do know that, there is a great relationship there, so.
Yeah,
Long established family.
Business.
That's right, business.
And there's a great relationship with the Tamaras and all of us. I mean, they're lifelong family here that everybody loves, and we want to see them do good,
Absolutely, and that's, in keeping that property operating, that's the intent,
I would be the same, I'd have the same attitude. I wouldn't care who the ranchers were, and whether I knew them or not. I just support ranching. It's the food chain. We got a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment? Okay, aye. Motion passes. Brian made the motion, JR seconded.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion. Oh, no, we got one more thing.
We got public comment.
Okay, come on, Sean.
Sean Baker for the record. Oh,
Okay, I'll open it up for public discussion. Public comment.
No, we gotta do correspondence.
we got correspondence.
Oh,
report.
okay. Correspondence, reports, and future agenda items. Number 21. Don't you ever stack a meeting like this again. I will not be able to leave to go hunting, and I've waited for this meeting for, it's your fault.
That was terrible, wasn't it? So I do have, the summit's proposal on the next agenda. What else do you guys have that you'd like to see on the next agenda?
Well, depending on when Sadie can get back to us, we don't know yet.
Yeah, that's a standing item until we have the items that we tabled. They'll just be standing on there as well.
I don't have anything.
You just want a short meeting, Art.
Sean, you have anything?
You threw me back a day, Bert.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
No correspondence, so.
Bert's twisting my arm over there, but, public comment, Sean Baker, Atlanta County Rec Center manager for the record. The ice skating rink is out. The pad's down. We're sorting through the skates. Had a little hiccup with the fencing that goes around it, but I'm gonna get that fixed this weekend, so, if you see it, it doesn't look that great right now, but it will after this weekend.
Where's it at?
Behind the rec center by the ball field.
By the,
Ball field, Little League field. Freddie's coming to wire lights, so, because it's gonna start getting darker during the winter, so we'll have, lights back there and everything. Any questions, anything?
This will be the first time we've used it, correct?
Yes, but, like I said, we're still sorting through the skates, so we should have that done this week, and then I gotta get the fencing fixed this weekend. It should be operational next week.
and it's not real ice, it's plastic.
Yeah, pretty much. It's synthetic, but it'll work.
Synthetic ice.
See?
Sadie Sullivan, Lander County Clerk. I received an email, I don't know if it was today, yesterday, sometime this week. The Secretary of State's office had gave me, I'll email this or give you hard copies. It's U.S. Election Assistant Commission. It's voting system test laboratories. And what it is it's the two certified companies. If you would like the names to be able to do any type of auditing, I'll get it over to Ted. I don't know if you guys prefer email or hard copy, or I can do both as well. That way you guys would have this information.
But it's auditing for what?
Elections.
Okay, so like if we wanted to audit.
Yeah, because you have to have specific companies that are certified. So just if you need this information, I have it. Yeah. So email's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
See what I tell you, now you know what it's like with this one.
I'm talking fast this time.
You're coming back at me, huh?
Salute you. Bow to you guys. Sorry about that. I get confused on some of this stuff. So I have two public comments since I'm up here. The first one was what I was talking about earlier. I would like to see you guys have a full forensic audit, which includes the entire thing. We've done forensic audits with the school district in the past, and so we want it to be deep and full. I believe there was, I don't know for sure, but I believe there was nothing on Sadie's end at all. I have full faith and trust in Lander County. However, some pretty solid people who are out there doing the research have said that 16 of the 17 counties in Nevada had some level of compromised data. I don't believe it's on our end. I think it's on the other end. I think most of the counties did everything in their power, but somewhere along the way things got compromised. So that's what I would like as a voting person who's disenfranchised. And if there was corruption in Clark County, I'm sure it wiped out 15 of the 17 counties' votes. But I want, even if it's 12 people here, I would like to know that our our vote was not compromised. Secondly, and this is about at the beginning of the meeting, but I started thinking about it, when I drive into town coming from Elko, you know, there's that sign that talks about get your vaccine, has a phone number. Then I drive downtown and the sign talks about get your vaccine, you know, the local civic center sign. And now we're gonna have vaccines offered at the civic center, which is fine, it's a public facility. But it does give the impression that the county is in support of this, it just does. It's, you know,
Is it on our civic center board?
it's on the civic center board.
That's a flu vaccine.
The
That's
flu-
flu vaccine.
What's in the flu vaccine. I'm just saying, I don't know. What I'm saying is it looks like that we are in support, which, so I think maybe your guys' obligation would be to make sure that the county is fully aware, not in little small print on a little handout about what, you know, that they may read, but make them sit and read what the ingredients are. Have maybe regular updated VAERS information constantly at the civic center or in all public facilities where maybe it's even posted on the door out here. Because you do have an obligation to give informed consent because you are putting it out there that the county is going to offer the facilities. I just want to protect the county, and I also want to protect people that are a little bit uninformed about potential reactions, you know, allergic reactions and different things. And also make sure they know that it is still an experimental, because a lot of folks believe it's been, like you talked about earlier, so thank you.
Thank you.
No more items.
Any more public
I
comment?
get a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
You need a second?
All in favor? Aye. Thanks for coming, folks.